Didn't even realize the dude even fucking streamed. What? Millions of possible NPCs, all settlements within the game, several dozen NPCs of each type with their own schedules, play alongside the player's actions. Face generation with significant variations for genetics and culture. Detailed conversation system with several hundred potential lines of inquiry and answers for detailed answers. And willingness to answer determined in a range of social and personal factors, leading to millions of possible conversations. Procedural clothing generation for all possible items and clothing, and difference in clothing between cultures. And also a major difference in clothing between culture types. Jesus. Okay. Cool. All right, well, we're going to have to go play some Ultima Ratio Regum. This is going to happen. Unalive, please. All right. If you find a bug, especially a crash bug, please report it to me with maximum information. Okay, boss. Well, if anybody wants this. Well, the last time I played it, and for the last, like, 2 years, it hasn't had any playable or any NPCs whatsoever. So the fact that it has NPCs now is amazing. The fact that it has NPCs now is kind of incredible. Sup indeed. He says as he's loading up URR instead of like playing DF. By the way, this is what I'm. This is it. Generate world, start new game. I love this game's font. Well, no one's heard of it. Don't worry. It's one of those games where dozens of people have heard of it. Dozens. But you should fuck around in it and play with it because it's cool. It also had multi-tile enemies at one point, which probably doesn't have still, but there's literally dozens of us. But like the thing about that game is it's, you know, if you watch my streams a lot, or if you've been around this stream for a bit, you'll know one thing. And that's I like games with cool world generation and systems. In many ways, Ultima Ratio Regum is better than Dwarf Fortress in the way it generates its worlds. Because Dwarf Fortress like generates, you know, the text of everything and like the descriptions of everything. Ultima Ratio Regum didn't care about even being playable for like 6 years. So it was very much and has been a tech demo for a really long time, kind of, in that it generates graphics for everything. So instead of like just generating the history, it's also generating the visuals. Granted, it doesn't have to worry about as much as DF. The combat's not as advanced as DF and a lot of other things, but there aren't anywhere near close to as many systems as DF, but the Microsoft Defender doesn't like it. Well, Microsoft Defender doesn't like a lot of things, okay? Microsoft Defender doesn't like fun, so if you also don't like fun, then go ahead and, you know, listen to Microsoft Defender. But, you know, I choose to enjoy fun, so I don't have to worry about this. And in my opinion, that's the correct way to go about things. Fuck, it's 10 years old? I totally still have Ultima up, by the way. No, I mean, it certainly does. Yes. I mean, okay. My favorite Microsoft Defender thing was when I built this computer, um, reformatted the hard drives and everything, and like was installing Windows. You know what happened? Pretty quickly on this computer, what I realized happened, I went to go install Malwarebytes. Windows Defender did not like Malwarebytes, isolated it, and did not let me install it, and kept nuking the exe file. It's like they put out a hit on Malwarebytes. They're like, don't let people install that software. And then I disabled Windows Defender. And I haven't re-enabled it since. And I've had no problems, and it's been lovely. All right, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break, and then we'll get started here proper. Thank you so much to everybody who's gotten here early. Let's finish Giftvault and drop some friends and traders into the Magma Sea. It'll be lovely. It really will be. BRB. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it necessarily has DF potential because he's not, well, what's the word I'm looking for here? Well, I mean, it's just the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Also, yes, I was on break. I was just taking a leak. DF has like a kind of another level of continuous world sim. I would put URR more in the same bucket as like a Caves of Cud, where it's like, this is a really cool, fucking unique, interesting game that you could probably put a lot of time into if it gets to that point. But it's not that point yet. Not even close to that point. All right, so we're gonna get back into Giftvault. So Giftvault, it's the year 1067, and the reason we stopped playing yesterday was because Twitch booted me off the internet, and I decided to just go sleep instead of keep streaming. So hopefully Twitch doesn't do that again. I'm watching you, Twitch. And thank you so much to everybody who's gotten here early. All right, so this fortress, we've made a little bit of history, and it's also been very interesting because, like, all of my military, or the majority of, like, my really good military have these interesting, like, titles. Like, these religious titles, like the Sacred Weevil, which is interesting. We do still have 2 undead dwarves in the fortress. One was actually, we actually had this kind of interesting thing that happened with one of them, because we had a third one. who went off to attack and then came back as a functional ghost who I could command and wasn't hunting people and was equipped with weapons and stuff, but couldn't actually fight. And you'd tell him to go fight stuff, and he'd just, like, float next to whatever you tell him to go kill. It was kind of funny. He's like, woo, I'm spooky, but, like, can't actually do anything. We sent him off to go try and fight with a bunch of baddies, and he never came back, and it was sad. So what we are doing currently in the fortress, I will hunt you to death. Exactly. I will spook you. We have this area that's marked. Now, this goes right through our fortress, which is what we're working on right now. We are basically setting this up so we can drop this down. But what we are doing is we are going all the way down to here. Yesterday, we caved all this into here. And probably squished some poor magma man and a magma crab or two. Or a fireman. Yeah, I think it was a fireman that we squished. And then a magma crab or three. But this goes all the way down to the cavern layer. This would have become a volcano if we let the world generate longer. This is a magma chute. And we are dropping stuff down into it, which is fun. So, kind of what we are trying to do today is get this all the way up to the surface so I can build bridges all the way around the surface and make traders walk along the bridges and then pull a lever and then drop them down into lava. Does it have crans? I don't know what crabs? What do magmas have crabs? I mean, magma crabs are a very peaceful species that likes to throw lava at you if you bother them much. They're very friendly and good critters. And just don't let them near your trees because they will wreck your frame rate. So yeah, hopefully there will be lots of big explosions. You can make those become volcanoes. You can't make them become volcanoes, but if World Gen goes on longer, that's how volcanoes are formed. So unformed volcanoes can be found under the map, but if I let the world generate for another 150 years or whatever, eventually this would have become a secondary volcano. Yeah. So yesterday we dealt with were creatures, forgotten beasts, various other fun, exciting events. And we get to deal with more of that. We have 148 dwarves, so if anybody wants a dwarf, just let me know. We can get you named pretty easily. And yeah, that's kind of the plan for today. Oh, hey, tributes are being unloaded. Because we got 2 tributes, or a tribute delivered from the humans. They brought us lots of stuff. 2 iron anvils, 5 watermelons. I should brew those. 5 lungfish. Getting tributes given to you for free is lovely. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're working on. We're just trying to get this down into here. So first, we're just going to continue working on sealing this area off with no dwarves inside of it and moving people's bedrooms. You'll take a dwarf? Do you have any preference in job form? It's like I got smiths, I got military, I got sleepy, I got grumpy, I got bashful, I got all the dwarves. Don't have any Snow Whites though. Yeah, something violent. All right. How about we give you He feels pleasure after a sparring session. You have no kills. He felt wonder after learning about kicking, and satisfied after improving observation. Satisfied after improving kicking. Do you have a sword? You do. You have a silver short sword and an iron shield. Probably should give you an iron helm. How about Prince Charming? We'll get back to you on that. A psychopathic dwarf? I mean... So you want to be a zombie? He has 83... He is... Actually, I did once have a dungeon master, or captain of the guard specifically, who kept on killing dwarves, and the only thought he would get is feels pleasure after beating a criminal. Feels pleasure after punishing a criminal with a beating. Feels pleasure after punishing a criminal with a beating. feels pleasure after watching somebody die. So, yeah, there are psychopath dwarves. They're just not super common. He is married to Kodal Flarebanners and has 2 children, Bembul Knight Bronze and Ibel Toolsword, and is a dubious worshipper of Adil, 83 years old, born on the 12th of Moonstone in the year 984. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is combed and his hair is clean-shaven. He has a scratchy voice and his eyelashes are extremely short. His Akuru skin is slightly wrinkled and his brass eyes are slightly sunken. His hair is copper with a touch of gray. It's marked as sadistic. I don't think there is like a psychopath trait or anything, but also just a little reminder, since we're in DDF now, if anybody would like, I like how you brought both your children and your wife is one of the wrestlers, which is kind of awesome. You know what? If anybody wants to be Warm Shadow's wife, let me know. Because I like having married couples in my forts. And this has nothing to do with anything, but blame Pilot for this. Mines are deep subjects. What does the pumpkin think? It doesn't like sugar much. Darkness is an essential medium, especially for cookies. A cookie screams because someone farted. I too need tacos. And when Venus favors lemons, all women step up to Mars. Do or swim to glacial waters. All right. Does anybody want to be this dwarf? If anybody wants to be the dwarf's wife, Warm Shadow's wife. Baste, you are now Warm Shadow's wife. Congratulations. Within the last season, she was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom, interested after learning about striking, and uneasy after being unable to acquire something for too long, bored after doing nothing creative for too long, and was bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Pizza! Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Can I get a big round of beers? Enjoy those dwarfs and the ad-free viewing for the duration of you keeping that sub alive. It's good to have you. Thank you. Cheers. She is married to Warm Shadow Bookyeld and has 2 children, Bembul and Ibel. She is 63 years old, born on the 6th of Malachite in the year 984. She is short, with well-defined muscles. She has a grating, raspy voice. Her ears have nearly fused lobes and her hair is wavy. Her long hair is arranged in double braids, and her slightly upturned nose is narrow. Her somewhat broad head is short, and her eyelashes are short. Her recluse skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is burnt sienna, with a touch of gray. Her eyes are brass. Before recording, what we recording, Trench Dog? Brunch is good. What's for brunch? You forgot about the word thing and you're like, what the hell are you saying? That's often the response I get, Jelly. It's like, what the fuck's he on about? Streamer, did you just have a seizure? Are you okay, streamer? Streamer, do you need help? Yes, is the answer to all of those questions. Always the answer to all of those questions is yes. Also, hey, Dave. Ba-da-da-dum-ba-dum-bum. Also, Tut Shriek, by the way, you're no longer in the military, but you are the captain of the guard. The reason you're the captain of the guard is I got tired of having captains of the guards that got easily depressed and down. So I just gave it to a zombie who doesn't feel. Makes things much easier. Actually, standard, no marker, just dig that out. Did you just suspend the construction of that wall because there's too many pairs of clothes there? Oh. Was wondering if and when this would happen. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Looks like it's just some normal-ass goblins. Nothing fancy or complex. Gubbins, which is good. Look at all of that goblin night. So much copper. How kind of them. Copper whips. Silver pike. All right, well, let's just lock my dwarves inside. Make sure job cancellations are off. Let's see how big this squad is. Well, they're very interested in murdering that Yeti, from the looks of things. Brunch was peanut butter toast, cheese bread with the orange juice. Good stuff, recording-wise. Whole slew of Warhammer 40,000 characters doing a bunch of stuff for Warhammer 40,000 Gladius. Oh, really? I've streamed that. Like voice acting stuff? Goblin was called Shankter. Doesn't seem like too odd of a name from a goblin, in my opinion. I'm wondering if they have any breastplates. Let's see about that leather armor. I'm wondering... Kinda hoping, rather. They would have breastplates. Iron shield might? I want to know what civilization they're from. Oh, so it's like a mod project? I actually quite enjoyed... I played the very original release of that. Not too much beyond the initial release, but I did enjoy what I played of it back then. All right, so these goblins are not super scary, and there's not that many of them. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. My military outnumbers them. They're mostly crossbow and bow dwarves, or crossbow and bow goblins. A few lashers, some swordsmen, a few melee. So they're not too scary. I mean, Bosa is a pretty common name for them, right? I think they're from a goblin civilization? Potentially. My feeling is that they're probably the Ardent Monsters. Or they're the Aching Curses, one of the two. Because we are at war with both of them. Although something that I think is interesting is... This is interesting. The Aching Curses were bringing us tribute previously, but they've since stopped. They have since stopped. All right, so we are right here. This is my military. We're just gonna fucking fight them. I'm sure it'll go just fine. Also, this is really cool because hopefully one or two of them will get caught in our cage traps up front. Meaning if they get caught in the cage traps, we'll have a very easy way of startling a necromancer if we were to get another necromancer, in theory, which could allow us to resurrect things. Free DLC / officially incorporated. Are you getting paid for this, or is this like volunteer stuff? Kiri's great. Yeah, I watched a little bit of her stream before I started too. Watched a little bit of Kiri, and I watched a little bit of FG. Okay, this first goblin is very brave. All right, when the first one that pops up and over this hill, right here, is gonna get stabbed. All right, chat, can I get a round of beers for the dwarves about to go to war? Who's first? Catan? I think we'll follow Worm Shadow, who was just named. The dwarves are charging the goblins. I think, yeah, we're actually like clearing before they get many arrows out. All right, so I'm seeing blood getting shot everywhere from that first goblin. Goblin Bowman is definitely losing this fight. It's taking a stab to the head. Dwarves are dodging around the goblins. I'm surprised the goblins aren't firing more arrows. They must be startled. Something's flying. Axe Dwarf punches the goblin in the lower back teeth. With his left hand, the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, there goes a tooth. That first goblin is not dead yet. Somehow the rest of them are just kind of standing there in, like, confusion. They're like, what the fuck is happening? The rest of the dwarves, like, still haven't even registered that they're fighting. But that's okay. The zombie's in the fight now. The Goblin Crowsman says, these injuries begun fear. The force pulls the right ankle, tearing apart the muscle, bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been, and a tendon has been torn. I've been paying for it as much as I can say. I mean, I don't like hearing about things getting officially integrated into games without paying people for their work, and I do hear about that sometimes, and it makes me kind of sad. But at the same time, it's a cool game. I'm glad you're able to work on it. The Dwarf Hammer Lord, Lost Ghoul, bashes the Goblin Lasher in the left foot with his silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The force twists the left ankle, tearing apart the muscle. Good luck standing after that, Gubbin. Oh, he's dead. Goblin Lasher's down. Ooh, that goblin got knocked back real hard. It's 2 down. Let's just speed up time a little bit. Let the dwarves just pile on. Man, the rest of the goblins, like, haven't even, like, come up yet. They're all still, like, down on the lower levels. Last of them appear to be dead. Here comes wave 2. Looks like we have 1 prisoner, too, which is good. The dwarves should enter into round 2 of combat in a moment. Let's just send them right here. They're just gonna come vaulting down this ramp in a few seconds. Here come the dwarves as they charge through. Combat begins almost immediately. Warm Shadow stabs a goblin bowman in the upper body with his silver short sword, bruising the muscle and bruising the heart. The swords dwarf stabs the goblin bowman in the lower body with his silver short sword, bruising the fat, bruising the kidney. You're only bruising. We need to get you a sharper sword, sir. And it's carnage. Although we did lose a wrestler, unfortunately. The siege is finished. Let's check kills. Warm Shadow. Didn't get any kills in that engagement. Atir is very afraid and terrified. Most of the dwarves seem to be kind of terrified. But, you know, comes with the territory, right? Rakist has killed quite a few. Hex Cloaks, that's such a cool name. Rakist, this is one hell of a dwarf. He's done quite a bit of killing in this fortress. All right, let's turn off this. Turn off the burrows. Unstation all the dwarves and let them head back. I'm just gonna jump over to stocks. We're going to go to body parts and dump all those. And we're going to go to corpses and dump all those. Except I'm going to go select that dwarf that yeah, I don't want the dwarf's corpse to get thrown away. I would like the dwarf's corpse to be kept. All right, so all of those bodies are gonna be collected, and my dwarves that are injured are gonna go to the hospital. Here come all of the other dwarves to come deal with the remains. Solid fight, I say. Solid fight. And now we'll have plenty of Goblinite as well, which is good. Man, I love it when bits and pieces end up on higher levels from where the actual fight was. Oh, that's good. That's a nice quick cleanup too. Not a lot of corpses, and I got a lot of dwarves that can help. Kurt has been reelected. Let's watch them chuck this into lava, shall we? Because we have to see the remains getting thrown into the lava. Because we have access to this great lava pit, so they just run over there and just chuck them all off. Look at that. All just goes right out the side, just down into the lava. Do you have access to a warm beverage? Like, yeah, I would almost check if you have a fever. That's mildly concerning, Stone. Take care of yourself, yeah? Let's get that dwarf buried. How do I get them to do that? So if you want to dump something, hit I. Make a 2-tile zone over an edge. So, like, over an edge like this. Hit D. Set it to a garbage dump. And then just select stuff that you want dumped. And if that's your only garbage dump, they will run to it or the closest. They will stand in this tile and they will throw it over the edge. All right. Let's just claim all this stuff. Claim all of this stuff. And then set this to melt. Melt all those. And melt all of that. Or everything that's there. We back? I mean, we're now streaming from San Jose instead of Seattle. San Jose is generally very unstable, but if that happens again, I don't fucking First one I'm like, okay, cool. Second one I'm like, all right, and now I'm just angry. At least the food's better. Food's cheaper, that's for sure. I'm just kind of waiting for everybody else to catch back up. Chad, if you can see the stream, can I get a round of beers? I'm gonna change some other settings that might be fucking with things. I'm just talking to some people on Discord for a few seconds. You, hold on, really? You fucking lost, I fucking lost transcoding? Excuse me? Try refreshing, because I certainly have transcoding. Pizza. Try refreshing the whole player. Because I just loaded up my stream and it's definitely there. All right, well, anyway. Stay at your local cloud services, support locals. As if I have the option to do that while streaming on Twitch. But cool. Yeah. Well, that's good if you're not cold anymore. I'm just kind of waiting for things to stabilize to see if it goes off again, giving it a minute. Well, you can use those alternatives. I mean, it's not like Twitch is giving me options for cloud services. And I'm not going to go stream on my own cloud service. I'm just like literally waiting to see if my connection drops again. And if it does, I'm done for the day. But if it doesn't for like 5 minutes, we'll keep going. Because that's fucking infuriating. I mean, I'm not even going to go down that road because on one hand, I completely agree, but I'd be shocked if Jeff Bezos even knows what Twitch is. Will the stream go on? Assuming I don't drop. Like, I'm gonna wait for until 11:20, and if the stream doesn't go offline between now and 11:20, I'll keep going. But I'm not gonna do anything until 11:20. It's currently 11:18. So. Oh, I think Stone was like pretending that there was a game show called Will the Stream Go On or something. The show must go on. I mean, realistically, I need to stream. I need to make a living. Thanks for the 15 cents. Cheers, mates. Because, okay, so to be clear, stream went offline, then stream immediately went offline, and then stream went offline again. And I'm just sitting here and seeing if it goes offline again. And if it doesn't, we'll keep going. If it does, I'm done for the day. So, things go to shit while you're gone? I don't know what the fuck's happening, my dude. I wouldn't say it was necessarily... Was it necessarily... Was that a Grim joke? If it's Grim, I missed how it's Grim. Some earnings, this is my full-time living. And it's not just DF, it's creating content in general. I've been making a full-time living doing this since 2016, playing various games. But I've actually been streaming since 2013, so I've been doing this for 7 years. All right, fuck it. Let's just dive back in. Hope the game doesn't boot, or hope Twitch doesn't boot me offline again. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go edit stuff. All right, 154 dwarves. It looks like that's the end of it. Why are you hunting for small creature? Are you starving to death somewhere? Uh-oh. Yeah, you totally are. I've got a dwarf stuck in a cavern lair. How the fuck did you end up down there? What? I have no idea how that dwarf ended up there. Took a tumble. Probably got knocked down when the lava was dropped. I am shocked and impressed that he's not dead. Did I do any DF in 2013? No. Back when I first started, I got my start doing heavily modded RCT. I was playing other PC games, though. I played some Rogue back in 2014. Took a while to kind of move in that direction. All right, let's turn these on. Let this dwarf kind of come inside. Where are you at, Palinor? Get inside. When did I start DF? Mid 2018? But I'd played DF since 09. Tantrum throwing Potter? Yeah, nothing is new.
Happy New Year.
Paces. Thanks for the 50 bucks, man. Back at you, dude. Happy New Year. Why is there a dwarf standing right there? You have to stand right there? Get out of that tiny little corner, please. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? For Pieces of the Universe. Chucking 50 bucks at the stream. And you're on the wrong side of this shit? Come on. Alright. There we go. Perfect. Let me just get that wall piece done. It'd be really nice if we could do that, now that everybody's back in the fort where they're supposed to be and not outside of the fort. Brewski, I think, would be what you're looking for. There we go. Now I can turn these off. All right. What tile set is this? Exclamation point tile set. It's a heavily modified version of Krug Smash's tile set that my artist modified for me. But yeah, no, streaming is my full-time job and has been my full-time job for a long time and will continue to be my full-time job for a long time. Yeah. No, it's, I use this tile set for two main reasons. If it wasn't for this tile set, I would use vanilla with a custom font. That are one of like the very vanilla adjacent tile sets that are just like slightly nicer to look at. Just because I like the font work in this, it's super easy to read. But the main reason I use it is because so many people are used to looking at it. It just makes logical sense to use it because so many people watch Krug Smash. Why is the game hitching? It's not the game's not happy about something. Not sure what it is. That's that Potter that went and tantrumed a whole bunch. Oh wow, I actually need more chains for the prison. That's impressive. That's fine. I can very easily Put a few more nickel chains in. This is like the shittiest prison I've ever made. I generally make really nice prisons, but this one's just a bunch of cages in a room. Oh, huh. Moses the Potter has been found dead. I mean, you did go commit a lot of crimes, so. Thus, it's only understandable that we remove you from existence. Excellent. Also, okay, so I had a squad specifically for one dwarf training in that room. And I forgot that that one dwarf was training in that one room. So when I made a new squad, they all went and started training in that one bedroom instead of training up at the top. Is it super hard to recognize the monsters and enemies quickly? Yeah, that's why I don't use graphical tile sets. I don't use graphical tile sets for that reason. Like, you literally just, like, nailed the reason on the head why I don't use graphical tile sets. Is because it's like, there's so much stuff that's just very difficult to discern quickly. And I can't stand that. Absolutely hate it. Let's just give more of you guys all of the metal smithing jobs. I'm not too picky. I just kind of want stuff to get melted quicker. So I've got a couple very skilled furnace operators, but I need more general blacksmiths. There we go. You were using obsidian? Yeah, no, I like very vanilla adjacent stuff. So like if you can take the vanilla tile set and like modify it enough so that it's visually recognizable, that's the ideal, in my opinion. Yeah, no, the very big difference between this stream and my channel and a lot of the newer folks, I like how the Kia's just fucking flying away with the Goblinite. That's kind of funny. How did that get down? Okay, so there's a bunch of like bits of goblins down here. They fell through the floor. So they actually like clipped through the floor. They're not supposed to be down there. That's actually really funny. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Also, everybody, thanks for dealing with the technical difficulties. Fucking sucks, but comes with the territory sometimes, unfortunately. All right, we have a ghost in the fortress. I think I know why. Apparently, I had a lot of forbidden items up here. What the hell? Huh. It's a little awkward. Who's the ghost, and why are you not entombed? Maybe, did I already put it to rest? Imlish, the ghostly wrestler, has risen and is haunting the fortress, but... Oh, there you are. Oh, there's a slab engraved. We just need to place the slab. Would you get in trouble for sleeping on the office floor? Because if so, don't do it. It's not worth it. There we go. Ghostly wrestler's been put to rest. Perfect. Probably? Then don't do it. Simple as that. Let's just block that off to stop things from going that way. We're also going to build this stairwell up here. We're going to go up to this level. And I'm going to knock out that wall piece right there. Good afternoon, Rari. How are you? I like how my captain of the guard just has no quarters and doesn't care because he's dead. Must have taken ages to mark all that? 10 minutes. It's the second time I've done it, too. I do everything by hand, so I don't use DF hack, I don't use Dwarf Therapist, I don't use any assists. Everything that you see I've done here by hand. Is that blood? No, it's what's the actual word for it? Kilonite, which is what's the word I'm looking for? Porcelain. It's porcelain. All right. But anyway, how was your holiday? I actually was watching you play Last of Us the other night, but I didn't want to say anything because it looked like a very emotional moment. Rari. Enjoying a much needed vacation. I gotcha. Just gaming a ton. Shit. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. I'm just pissed off because Twitch keeps putting me offline and it keeps ruining my fucking vibe. But like, you know, we're still here, so I guess that's good. This fortress, the whole theme of it was we were giving gifts to people, and we still are. And if you come to this fortress, you will be greeted with free tin and nickel crafts. But in the near future, instead of giving gifts to people, well, we are going to continue giving gifts, but just not to people. We're going to give gifts to gods in the form of the entire trade caravan falling into lava. So I'm carving out this nice long tunnel down to the lava so that we can provide the gods with the gift of caravans in lava. And it's going to be grand, and I can't wait. Everything is fine in this fortress. So there's that. Only a few of the dwarves are zombies. Also, apparently my militia captain is a legendary mace dwarf. I didn't even realize that. My new one. Who's now, of course, named Rari, because, you know, what kind of name is Rari anyway? She is exhilarated after a sparring session, but felt satisfied after learning about biting, and restless after being unable to practice a craft. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and is put off by family. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Never becomes angry, and is completely oblivious to any concept of neatness, and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Is not a private person, and is freely shares all the details of her life. She is always tense and jittery, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and has little... and likes a little excitement now and again. As you just noticed in chat, Rari likes a little bit of excitement now and again. Thank you very much for gifting 5 subscriptions, Rari. It's good to have you. You gave the bot a bit of a spaz attack. Cheers, man. Thank you so much. To anybody who just got slammed with a subscription to the channel, enjoy those stupid skulls and ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Thanks for helping me stay here, sir. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Also, Rari is a good person. You should go watch his streams when you can catch him. And if you get the opportunity, hang out with him at conventions because he's a good dude. Shoutouts to Rari. Keep on keeping on. And welcome to the fort. May you kill many more goblins, as you've already killed one, and 2 kobolds, and some Kias, and a cave crocodile. Also, I should have a caged prisoner. Ah, goblin pikeman. Excellent. Not the Kobold Slayer? I guess Goblin Slayer sounds more impressive than Kobold Slayer. Kobold Slayer's like, come on, why you bully them kobolds? Kobolds did nothing wrong. Quit bullying those poor kobolds. Damn poor kobolds. Are you stuck there, Dwarf? Yep, you are stuck there. Arm. Let's just dig through there. All right. Let's just mine out all of this on this. And get all of this stuff deconstructed. Because I need these doors to be able to get over here. I'm also going to build a support structure right there in the middle. And have a little walkway going right there. Because this whole thing is going to fall down into lava. Biscuits out of what eggs? I once had a fortress that was fed almost entirely off of Hydra eggs, which was wonderful. Oh, cobalt eggs, right? Wait, you have access to cobalt eggs? That's a little disturbing. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of disturbing. Like those poor kobolds, man. You're just eating their children.
Nani?
A cat is fighting with a giant mole currently. Go kitty. Yeah, but you can keep them as pets? Or are you like, do you have them caged and you're collecting eggs from the cages? Like, I guess I'm just curious about how you are accessing this. Also, between that $50 tip and the 5 gift subs, guys, I'm more or less funded for the day, so thank you so much. Between that and the Patreon recently, you guys have been keeping me here, which means the world to me. Just making sure they have access to both sides. So thank you guys for helping this stream remain funded. You're praying. All right. Well, oh, I see the problem here. I'm like, why are they just like idling here? It's because this is still technically a temple. This is still technically a temple, which is why. Goblins do not lay eggs. Kobolds do. Not goblins, no. But streamer's gonna sell it for a second. But I sell sound commands on this stream, so for $7.90 or for $6.99 a month, $7 a month on my Patreon, normally you can get sound commands, which gives you access to a number of different sound commands. And there is a giant mole there that is bleeding a lot. I'm not sure if that's dwarf blood or mole blood, but that's a problem. I think it's mole blood. Pretty sure it's just that dwarf punching the mole. Actually, now they're cleaning up the blood, so yeah, it must be mole blood. We're gonna go kill that. There it is. It's now dead. So if you'd like to support the stream directly, between now and the last day of the year, you can get access to those sound commands for 15% off if you subscribe for a whole year up front. After New Year, the discount is going to go from 15% down to 8% discount on the year. So if you'd like to support the stream and support me directly and get a whole year of sound commands that you can use and abuse, you can do that right now. A bunch of people have been taking advantage of it, and it goes a long way. That being said, you can also subscribe at lower tiers or higher tiers for the same discount. So if you want a custom one for $25 a month minus 15% for a whole year, you can do that too if you're absolutely bonkers. All right, so we're getting rid of all of these rocks and everything, just chucking them into lava. Game's probably going to get mad at me. Or dwarves are probably going to get mad at me for throwing these down into the lava sea, but yeah, screw it. There they go. All the blocks and everything, just chucking it. Just getting rid of it. And then it all splooshes into the lava. Look at that. All that lava mist. So pretty looking. Bonkers. If you could get a good sample of me saying bonkers, I'll make one. All right, so we've got that support done, and now I'm going to go link this lever here up to that chalk pillar. Oh, I don't have enough mechanisms, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to make nickel mechanisms. We're going to make 10 nickel mechanisms, which will be plenty. Dwarves are still hauling all those boulders out, so it's going to take a little bit. And as always, if anybody would like a name for a dwarf, or if you'd like to name a dwarf, just let me know, and we will get you named. How do you know there's a floor? This is floor. Smooth chalk floor. This tile is floor. This is floor. These little individual speckles, open space. You just get used to it. You'd like a name? Do you have any preference in job? We got literally a little bit of everything. We got military, we got babies. Not that baby's a job, but if you just want to be useless, you could be useless. I got plenty of doctors and diagnosers, traders, and various other useless dwarves. I need to give them all proper jobs. We have farmers, we have crafters, we have a few fishery workers who are getting retrained to real jobs. We have hunters, metalsmiths, stone workers, miners, whatever you want. Wrestler? Gotcha. They're not actually wrestlers, I swear. They're actually all wielding weapons. That's just their best skill because my first military captain was a wrestler. Here, you can be a captain. She feels satisfied after learning about armor. And within the last season, she was exhilarated after a sparring session, felt satisfied improving discipline, was satisfied after teaching wrestling, and satisfied upon improving observation. She has no kills, but she is married to one of our furnace operators and has a pet blue peacock named Atir. Her left ear is mangled beyond recognition. It adds to the character. She is a casual worshiper of Meng and is 67 years old, born in the year 1000. Who is Meng? A deity of the turquoise of rock, the dwarven civilization, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with chaos, war, and fortresses. Fitting for a military commander. She doesn't generally feel anything while in combat, which is good. A little bit afraid after experiencing some trauma, but that's okay. She'll live. She personally sees power over others as something to strive for after suffering a major injury in 1066, and sees self-control and values self-control and values tradition. Dreams of creating a great work of art in the form of blood. You'd like the name of a smith? You don't care about anything beyond smith? We'll dwarf up a few dwarves for people. I don't think I actually have any cheesemakers. I might have a cheesemaker, but they don't have anything to make into cheese because I have no milk animals. We haven't really been worrying about farming too much while with custard, so just keep that in mind. I probably could find you one though. She is very stubborn and rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and can be very happy and optimistic, and tends to hold on to grievances. She is very humble and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. I'm going to be pretty quick with this because there's a few dwarf requests now. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and it doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Tends to be a bit stubborn when changing her mind about things and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Alien Slayer, welcome to the fort. Next person after Alien Slayer was Walrus. You wanted a cheesemaker. Let's see if I can find you a cheesemaker. I'll give you a cheesemaker, but I don't. Yeah, there is a cheesemaker, but you will not actually be making cheese. Just keep that in mind. Walrus Custard. Within the last season, she was euphoric due to inebriation. She felt satisfied learning about metal crafting. Would you look at that? She is 86 years old, born on the 11th of Hematite in the year 981. You do have a pet cat named Tekud, and your deity is Datan, which is the god of caverns and mountains. Very popular god around here. You're friends with a fishery worker, and you have plenty of passing acquaintances. No health problems, luckily for you. And she has a square chin, and her hair is wavy. Very short hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow head is short. Her eyelashes are short, and her ecru skin is wrinkled. Her ears are somewhat broad, and her hair is cinnamon with flecks of gray. She personally finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, does not respect the law, and does not care about friendship, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is obsessed with order and structure in her life, with everything kept in its proper place, and is very stingy with resources when working on projects. Isn't particularly ambitious, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Occasionally loses focus on the matter at hand and has a sense of duty, and though she still holds the law in disdain. Am I still streaming in about 1 hour? So I've only been streaming since 9 in the morning. I usually stream 8 to 12 hours a day. Ish. Give or take. Sometimes a little short. Recently it's been a little shorter because I've been kind of tired and depressed, but that's different. So generally, yeah, I stream between like 8 to 10 hours a day, and I start at 9. So I will be streaming for at least another 5-ish hours, give or take, unless Twitch just decides to completely destroy my ability to stream, in which case then I'll stop early. But yes, I will definitely still be here in an hour. The only day of the week I don't stream is Fridays, unless I take extra days off, which happens occasionally. You have a dwarf, please surprise me. Okay, how about a legendary armorer? Brahms. He felt lonely after being away from friends, felt pleasure after putting on an exceptional item, and euphoric due to inebriation. Interested after reading a course on Thilu Singbad. 55 years old, born on the 5th of Granite in the year 1012. High cheekbones, brass eyes, close set, and ears that have nearly fused lobes, sideburns that are clean-shaven, and a very long mustache that's neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. He personally sees engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, values artwork, and is put off by family. Dreams of creating a great work of art, but this dream was realized. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. Interesting. He can tolerate differences in culture and lifestyle. He cannot tolerate differences in culture and lifestyle or appearance, and he is curious and eager to learn. Tends to be passive in discussions and is brave in the face of imminent danger. You know what? Actually, we're going to put you in the military. Sorry to, like, debate you there. That's funny that you got first because the stream went offline. And so, of course, first becomes available again. Kron, do you want, like, the numbers and everything in your name, too? Question. You want a Smith? Just normal Smith? We'll give you Blacksmith, because you said Smith. H-O-1-O-C-R-O-N. I don't know how to say your name. Hawaii Kron? If you have a preference on how to say your name, let me know. That's an M, not an N. There you go. You have a pet cavy boar. 2 friends, and your deity is Stosteth, which is the most popular deity associated with jealousy. There are 2 specific... It's like the Star Wars Jedi. I am so disconnected from Star Wars. I don't even know what in the fuck. But that's totally fine. The deity of jealousy, which has 2 separate religions, which are both practiced in this fort. Very popular. Within the last season, didn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Didn't feel anything after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. And was dejected after being after a lack of decent meals for too long. But was interested, and you're satisfied at work. Felt enjoyment, pleasure near putting on an exceptional item. Generally pretty happy. 55 years old. Born on the 22nd of Timber in the year 1012. Had to correct that because I said 55 incorrectly. Oh, Holocron. Okay, now I understand what's going on here. I'm an idiot. Yep. Cool. I get you. He is short and incredibly fat. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. Slightly sunken, narrow brass eyes are incredibly close set, and his ears have nearly fused lobes. His eyelashes are extremely short, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is a crew. Personally believes that martial prowess defines a good character and an individual, and views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of respect, and values nature and does not care about family one way or another. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of creating a great work of art. Would never utter any circumstances, speak up, or otherwise put forth his point of view in a discussion. Dislikes helping others and lives an ordinary life, organized and neat. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And I lost my place. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. Welcome to the fortress. All right. I think that's everybody. Did I miss anybody? You'd like a name, Yeah, if anybody else needs a name, let me know. But stuff will continue now. Stuff will continue. Four different notifications from Twitch. Your stream summary has been completed. Well, thank you for completing the live stream. Pink Fluffy Llama, can you have a dwarf? Do you have any preferences? I got tons. Got a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. It's 150 dwarfs in the fort right now. It's going to be interesting going back to Long Death and only having 45-ish. It's been a little bit since we've done Long Death. Kind of missing Long Death. Looking forward to going back to it. Melting metal objects. I can't wait to have actually some copper so we can make our own armor. See how we're doing. Got some iron. Got 26 copper. 640 nickel. Fuck yeah. Make a bunch of nickel toys and a bunch of nickel crafts. Preferably a scholar. All right, well, hold on. Let's do this then. If you would like a scholar, let's find a dwarf who's currently reading. Jump to the library. I'm looking for a dwarf who's doing a lot of reading. You really like watching performances. I think we'll go with this dwarf. You are now a scholar. Pink Fluffy. There you go. He is interested near a fine seat, interested near a fine table, and interested near a fine table. Within the last season, felt self-pity after being unable to practice a craft for too long. But he is 54 years old, born on the 22nd of Sandstone in the year 1013. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his very short hair is combed. His brass eyes are round, and his ears are extremely tall. His nose is narrow, and his eyelashes are short. His hair is auburn, and his skin is a crew. He is very strong, agile, and slow to tire. Very flimsy. He personally disdains loyalty, views power over others as something to strive for, finds himself somewhat disgusted by eloquent speakers, and generally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Values sacrifice and doesn't really see the point in working hard. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Sometimes cruel, often sad and dejected. Likes a little excitement now and again and tries to do things correctly each time. An astounding feel for the position of his own body, an absolutely remarkable sense of others' emotions, great analytical abilities, and a very good focus. A lot of willpower and a great feel for the surrounding space, and a good intuition. Novice axe dwarf, but a little bit rusty. Competent spear dwarf, but a little bit rusty. Yeah, we have tons of nickel. Tons of nickel. Most of my barrels are made out of nickel as well. All right, we need more beds. Just gonna make another carpenter shop. Let's make some more bedrooms, actually. I think that's what we'll do over the next little bit. Make nickel beds. Uh-huh. I'll get right on that. I mean, if someone made a nickel bed out of, as an artifact, and then a dwarf lies down on it, and they stretch out, and they get all comfy, does that mean they have a nickel back? And the dwarf just stands up. Remember this photograph? And then everybody else just groans. No, I don't remember that damn photograph, Chad. You know they put out a new album in 2020? I haven't listened to it. I probably never will, but enough bad things have happened this year, so I don't think I need to listen to that. Sure, Dad. K. How you doing, Cooler? Hope your day's been good. I know you've been hanging out most of today, but I don't actually think I said hi to you. No? Yeah, no, you're right. I try. I try my hardest to be the worst I can be. Be my worst possible self, living my worst life. Every single day. No! What? No! You know, half the time when the no command goes off, I'm not sure if people are just using it because they like hearing me say no a bunch, or if they're genuinely disagreeing with me. Like, I never know how to react to that one. Like, cheese, I know how to react to. No, I do not know how to react to that one. Like, genuinely, I have no idea, like, how to respond to that. It's like, I immediately feel this urge to apologize, like I've done something wrong. Is you need to spam these? Well, if you're spamming them, it means you're giving me money every month, so that's totally fine. The sound commands are $7 a month, or $71.30 for a year, and can be found on my Patreon or tier 2 subscriptions on Twitch. So that's how I pay my bills. So you can only spam them if you're giving me money. So if you have the ability to spam them, yes, you do need to spam them. I also have no idea. It's an ongoing problem, in fact. Missing silk cloth. I have no idea how I had like 700 silk cloth for a minute there. I don't know where it all went. I probably still have like 300. Yeah, I do. I have tons of cloth. So I don't know what your problem is, game, but we have tons of cloth. No Twitch, I'm not going to show my audience ads. Fuck off. Mm-hmm. Pay to be annoying. It's a pretty decent business model, frankly. Or I like to think it's a pretty decent business model. You know, I don't know if anybody here watches any or listens to any or reads any Game of the Year stuff every year, but I very much look forward to the worst games of the year lists, like big public failures, because generally the worst games of every year, I've forgotten about those games by the time the year ends, or like forgot that they even happened or that there was any controversy, because they're generally like so forgettable, and it's like kind of this warm and fuzzy reminder of, oh yeah, that was shit. A lot of people were excited about that. It makes, it's like this nice like end of the year schadenfreude that I genuinely enjoy. All right. I'm gonna take a 1-minute toilet break, and hopefully the stream doesn't explode while I'm gone. I will be right back. Also pulling my insulin out of the fridge so I can have lunch whenever I want. Good thing the game pauses when where camels are spawning, but yeah. Also, there's no visitors in the fort, so we're pretty safe. God, I'm doing a terrible job of managing this fort. Just kind of letting stuff go to shit, which is kind of fun, but I don't generally just kind of let stuff go to shit, so it's been oddly entertaining. You don't have enough buttons on your Xbox controllers, so you made voice commands. So what voice commands do you have for your truck? I'm genuinely curious. Oh, game saving. Light and more light. I like the more light one. It's like, I need light, more light. Do you have a less light? What are you using to do voice commands out of curiosity? So something I've been doing off stream a little bit is I've been playing Batmud, or rather learning the very bare basics of Batmud. Batmud is one of the many remaining text-based MMOs. Like entirely text-based MMOs. And been messing around with that a little bit to try and kind of loosely get into that style of game because it's something that I'd like to bring to the stream in 2021. As my eyesight gets worse, it just becomes more and more logical that I should play games that are, you know, playable for me. Also, $2.99, good score on that Minesweeper. You can use it for other games as well. I know a dude who works on voice attack. And he set up XCOM to be entirely voice driven. And he had voice commands like, one of my favorites was fuck 'em up, which was literally just fire. So he had like 4 different words for fire, like shoot. One of them was fuck 'em up. One of them was fire. One of them was shoot. One of them was give 'em hell. It was pretty good. He had like various different voice lines. You use VoiceBot? Gotcha. Yeah, voice attack is one of those voice services. And it was very funny, like listening to him play XCOM and just be like, fuck him up! Give him hell! Shoot the motherfucker! It was entertaining. Kinda didn't always work properly, but I don't know. It's kind of part of the fun, I guess. All right, let's give more of these dwarves cabinets so that they can put their clothing away. Am I making rock cabinets? I should be. Well, it's fine. Has become the holy spine. Hopefully you can put a hole in someone's spine. You're gonna go get hooked up to this. I don't have any mechanisms. Are you for realsies? Come on. I have a bunch of engineers. Do I not have a mechanics workshop? I thought I did. Let's just also make some rock mechanisms. Tons of dwarves are melting metal objects, which is good. Because I got tons of objects that need to be melted. Getting a bunch of iron off of all that, which is good. I have a bunch of anvils that I don't need as well. Let's melt all those iron anvils. Keep the steel ones. And basically ends the run. You need to get better better lookouts is what you need. Were creatures are relatively easy to deal with once you kind of know a few tricks to fuck with them. One of my favorite early game tricks to fuck with them is just like pasture one or two animals up on the surface. The animals will see them. Like put like your starting yak or cow or whatever pulled your wagon into a pasture on the surface, kind of close by your dwarves, and they will usually see them before it's a problem. Another thing you could do is play in very young worlds. So instead of letting history generate for a really long time, if you play in younger worlds, there will be less were creatures in the world. So you'll have less instances of them showing up and fucking you up early on. That's also an option. So play in like a 40 or 50-year-old world and you'll have way less were creatures. So that's totally a legitimate option as well. Just a few ideas though. I mean, none of those ideas will entirely fix the problem, but it's certainly options. Why are lots of dwarves gonna melt soon? Here's a little bird right next to my... Oh, hey. A dwarven child has entered a fey mood. Craft store shop, I think? Yeah, craft store shop. We got ourselves a strange mood. And it's 100% unmanageable? I mean, how so? I mean, it's perfectly manageable and avoidable. The easiest way to deal with a were creature attack is just make sure early game you get some semblance of defense set up. So you can very quickly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Get relatively underground, have a burrow, and have a few animals like a few dogs or something pastured up on the surface to distract the were creature. When the were creature arrives, tell all of your dwarves to go underground or into a building, lock the door, because were creatures can't knock down doors. Nope, children can very much get moods. Most of my children in Long Death are legendary before they grow up because they get moods. Scotty, I'll say hi to you in a second proper. Oh, child works furiously. Good for you, child. Did you literally just grab a single log? Yeah, you did. It's going to be an interesting artifact, I think. Very simple one. So, yeah, no, it's they can't break doors. So, yeah, just get your dwarves into your tavern or underground or behind a wall or something, and then just let it fight with your livestock outside. And then when it becomes a non-were creature, kill it or just let it leave. The other thing that you could do is if it does get into a fight with your dwarves, if you look at the combat log, this requires a little bit of micromanagement, but go through your combat log, and if it says that the person has been bit, then they will become a were creature. If they haven't been bit, they can be scratched, they can be stabbed, they can be slapped, punched, kicked, smacked, slapped, twisted, beaten, whatever. Doesn't matter. Then they're not infected and they're fine. Another thing that I really, really, really like is another method that I really, really like is of avoiding them is, as I said, so actually here, I can just show you. So the best way to... So the best way to avoid and deal with were creatures is to just have a door that you can hide behind, right? So let's use this as an example. So if I'd want to set this area right here up as a emergency bunker in case of were creature, right? So I would add a burrow. I would hit A in the burrow screen, which is W, press enter, make a burrow, which is literally just this, right? Then go to the military screen, hit A for alerts, turn on the burrow by hitting right twice on the arrow keys or numpad, selecting that and pressing enter, turning on the burrow. I'm just going to turn it off though, because I don't actually want to use it. Turn on the burrow, which is burrow 4 in this case, and then hit Q, select the 2 doors, and forbid both of the doors by hitting L and L once everybody's inside of there. So assuming you can get all of your dwarves into a room around that size, or any size really, doesn't matter, as long as they're behind a door, and then you can lock the doors, where a creature can't get in, and you're safe. Another thing that I've seen people do is I've seen people make airlocks So have like a door and then another door. Let it come through the first door and then close that door, the door in front of it, and then wall up the wall behind it is also an option. And like lock it in a space. But that's a little bit more risky. So yeah, no, there's tons of ways to avoid were creatures. They're actually quite an easy foe to avoid once you've hit them once. So once you've kind of dealt with a were creature, it's significantly easier to deal with were creatures. It's just a matter of dealing with the first one. Yeah, no, they're spread by bites. They're spread by bites. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of my explanation on how to avoid were creatures. It's like some tips on how to deal with were creatures. They're not as big of a threat as I think some people think they are. But, you know. Anyway, Scotty, how you been? How's your holidays been? Hope you're doing well. Hopefully work has been tolerable and not, you know, an utter nightmare for whatever reason. I feel like last few times we've talked, it's always just been, work's been shit. So, hope things are all right over in your neck of the woods. Right, generally the worst thing you could deal with were random cave monsters. Yeah, no, I mean, there's kind of a trick to most things with DF, right? It's just a matter of getting past that. And in those older versions, I was, medical snakes or helmet snakes are actually kind of scary. I'm just gonna send in the squad to deal with this. Helmet snakes are like very poisonous. So if someone gets bit, they're in trouble because this dwarf is fighting with it. It's got no armor. Abel the Dwarven Child has created a tower cap earring and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Warm Shadow Bookyeld. Did your kid just make you an earring, Warm Shadow? I think your kid just made you an earring. Yeah, your kid just made you an earring, which is adorable, and is now playing. It's worth 2,400. This is a tower cap earring. Oh, Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of tower cap. Haven't heard back 2 weeks after an interview for a better job. Similar, it's like same industry, better location type deal. Or like different industry. But I hope you do hear back from that job at some point, sooner rather than later, ideally. Making more bedrooms. It won't get weird in December? How can you tell the future? And know that something won't get weird at a particular time of the year. Similar industry, promotion at a different course, different management company. Gotcha. Well, if you don't get that job, I hope you're able to get something that's better in the same industry. Because I know how much you like that industry, so best of luck, dude. Is it just like problems with management type stuff, or? Oh, I understand why they're not able to get there. I'm a big idiot. I have plenty of mechanisms. They just can't actually get to where they are. Or I should. Oh, that's fun. The Desert Titan Lam Undur Shal Isram Raluk has come. A great eyeless lizard. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a regal bearing. Its flax scales are round and set far apart. Beware its deadly spittle. Well, that's fun. Exciting, friends. Exciting. All right, well, job cancellations are off. Let's follow the thing. And it flies. Of course it does. I wasn't sure if it could fly with thin wings of stretched skin, but it certainly does fly. All right. Well, it's an eyeless lizard, so its sense of direction can't be too good. Must smell real well. You just wish it paid better. Promotion, you would be double pay. Oh, and more secure since it's salary over hourly. I mean, that's debatable. Why is your text... Whoa! Okay, never mind. I guess our outpost liaison died, and now we have a new outpost liaison who's a goblin. I was like, why is the text purple? Huh. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just bring us iron and gold. I don't need platinum, but bring us iron and gold. Progressive dwarves indeed, yeah. Although I do know for a fact that our queen was a zombie at one point. So, or we had a zombie queen at one point. We don't need more, but we had a zombie queen at one point. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your Craftsdwarf ship. Farewell, Kurt. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Funky looking dwarf, eh? Speaking of funky looking dwarf, here comes a freaking lizard titan. But it has to fly into the fortress to fight, so the fight begins. I wonder how much meat this thing has. All right, so the first dwarf to get into actual hand-to-hand combat is Inul, the hammer dwarf. Moses, the holy yell, is right behind, alongside of Bastet, Brahms, Rari. We shall follow Bastet, I think. Looks like somebody ate its deadly spittle. The Flying Lamb, Summer Hails Desert Titan Extract, strikes the militia captain in the right hand. Ooh. How is that militia captain's hand doing? No, it wasn't you that took it. Who took the hit then? Ah, it was Thob. No health problems? Well, I mean, it struck you in the hand, but you're totally fine. Has the tide turned? I must press on, it says. We'll follow the Forgotten Beast. Or not Forgotten Beast, Land Titan, Desert Titan. The dwarves get into range of it. I did just see a bolt or arrow fly by. Must have come from the dwarven traders who are currently here to trade. More extract flies past, hits one of the wrestlers somewhere. The dwarves are all surrounding it. Looks like we kind of have it on the ground and we're hacking it to bits, especially the militia captain who's hacking it with a silver battle axe, tearing the scale. The Holy Yell kicks the Desert Titan in the left leg with his right foot, bruising the muscle. Hammer Lord kicks the Desert Titan in the head with his right foot, bruising the muscle, and the Force bends the neck. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Desert Titan in the lower body with her silver mace, bruising the fat. There is blood on the ground. It looks like Titan blood. More extract is flying out. The Titan is now exhausted. Something else got hit by the Titan. We weren't able to dodge it. More bolts fly into the fray. Our undead dwarf is doing what he does. The lost ghoul, Hammered Lord Shad, is fighting by waving dismissively and making flicking motion and causing him to be stun-locked. Very effective powers. The dwarves have piled on top of the beast, and I will unpause time. The beast panics. I see pieces flying everywhere, and the fight is over, and the creature is dead. Question is who got the kill? Who got the final blow on the Titan? Desert Titan Lamb. The Hammerlord Lost Ghoul bashed the Titan in the left front leg with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle. Was that really the kill? I mean, the Militia Commander sounds like a much better win, but we'll see. Was it really the Lost Ghoul who got the final hit? Who doesn't feel anything. And looks like he did. Yep. The Summer of Hail, Desert Titan, killed in 1067. Doesn't feel anything while joining an existing conflict. Has 5 children and his upper leg is dented, and he doesn't feel anything about this. 156 years old. Good job, Shad. You've done well. And some migrants have arrived. How timely. Time to let the dwarves head back up to the surface. Let's see if anybody has to go to the hospital. Doesn't look like it so far. Someone's fighting still. I don't know what they're fighting with, but what do they look like? What, the goblin? The goblin. Diplomat. Outpost liaison. Well, definitely an outpost liaison. Medium-sized human creature driven by cruelty. Hair is extremely long. She has a deeply recessed chin. Her nose is narrow. Her red eyes are slightly wide set. And her hair is lilac and her skin is lime. That's what the outpost liaison looks like. And we should bring some crafts up here to trade. Thought goblins were bald. Not that one. I mean, their looks are based on their culture, right? So if they did, depending on where they were raised and how they were raised and what faction they were part of, can change the way they look when they grow up and move in somewhere. Their hair can be many colors, and their hair can be many styles. Not just bald. Let's build a butcher shop right here and get this thing butchered. It doesn't look like anybody's coming to butcher it, so gotta get a butcher shop close by. Anyway, can we get a round of beers for the successful fight against the very scary Titan? Let's see how most of the dwarves did. Most of them are totally fine. Totally fine. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Just totally fine. I love those dwarves. Hey, Vuzel, how we doing? All right, so currently we have 938 meats. How much meat do you guys think that this giant eyeless lizard had? Any bets on how much meat that lizard had? Or any guesses, rather? I'm guessing about 300 meat. Because it was a desert titan. $350? Yeah, that's kind of my guess too, about 300. So we had 938. 1,300. Damn. About 350. Minus per lack of eyelids. But yeah, we went from 938 to 1,300 meat. Not bad. About 300. Good shit. There's giant earthworms fighting with naked bulldogs in the basement. Yeah, this part's gonna suddenly get tricky. Everything beyond here. It's gonna get tricky. Because stuff's just gonna start falling, I think. Actually, you know, let's go from the... no. We'll continue working on what we're working on. There we go. We can trade. I'm going to take the minimum that we need. I'm also going to take some of those gems. I don't need those parchment sheets. I will take those books, though. So I will trade for all of that. So I will trade until I have the maximum amount that I can, or the minimum amount that I need to trade, and then I will give them the rest for free. Because we have to give them gifts. 'Tis the law. Trade, and then go over to here. And give them all of that. Perfect. Enjoy your gifts, dwarves, while our generosity lasts. Can deconstruct that. All right, let's jump over to bars. Let's see how much iron we have. Iron bars, 56. All right, let's do... Let's do 20 iron swords. How are we doing on copper? 43? Kind of want to do copper helms. Let's do 10 copper helms. It's a good name. Tick Bewitch Terror. It's got a good ring to it. I like it. Also, thank you so much to everybody who tunes in and watches this stream. You know, I try and say thank you a couple times every stream, but you know, as was pointed out earlier, it's neat that I'm here making money off of Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is probably one of the weirdest games one of the weirder games you could stream. It's certainly up there. And I'm here making a living playing weird games on the internet. So thank you so much to those of you who found this stream and take the time to tune in, and especially those of you who support me in any way, financially or not, because I'm able to make a living doing this because of you. You know, I'd be here streaming regardless, but if nobody watched, I wouldn't be streaming very much. So thanks for watching. I wonder what the Holy Dust is fighting with. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain how I'm going to do this. I might have to do this in kind of a precarious way, actually. Like, when we start hitting this layer, I might just have to cave this whole chunk in early. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to mine around this. Let's get this area done first. We're going to cave this spot in first, because I just want to deal with this. With great strength and determination. Yeah, I've got these big old stalactites that I need to deal with, though, which are worrisome, I guess. Because I need those to all fall. Make them fear the dwarf? Make who fear the dwarf? Make Goblin fear the dwarf? Do, do, do. So we're working on those iron short swords and working on those helms. Back with foods. What's for lunch? I have a sandwich waiting for me. I'm still eating leftovers from Christmas dinner. Although, depending on when stream ends today, I might run to the store today. I kind of need to do some grocery shopping. I need to go buy me some milk. I bought some stuff when I was at the pharmacy the other day to kind of hold me over, but I need to go to the pharmacy, or I need to go to the store today. McDonald's? I'm so sorry. What's your order from McDonald's, though? I haven't had McDonald's in years. As many of you know, I'm very much against fast food. But back when I did eat a lot of McDonald's, or rather back when I worked there, and so it was just kind of something that I ate because it was there. My go-to order was very much 2 grilled mini wraps, 2. Barbecue sauce, extra barbecue sauce. I preferred them grilled if I could get the grilled meat fresh. Otherwise, I'd get them crispy. And this is going to cave in a moment. And this dwarf is an idiot. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to dig up above this right here. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is going to fall either way. We'll see how this goes. How's the fort going? Oh, fine. I mean, we've been invaded and fought a titan and won. So we're doing good. Just trying to, you know, dump stuff into trash. And by trash, I mean lava, of course. Petition. Oh, we only just got a Craftsdwarf's Guild? Sure. But yeah, no, fort's going all right. This is my holiday seasonal fort. So this isn't Long Death or any of the big projects I have. This is the seasonal fort that I do. So we're currently digging down with a big old chunk of boulders down to cavern layer, at which point we're then going to dump it into lava, as you do. And hopefully today we'll get 2 big lava dumps, and it'll be a good time. I hope. Are red? Yes. I think they're always red, aren't they? But yeah, no, we were trying to finish. I was trying to finish this fort up yesterday, but kind of didn't because I got booted offline and was in a really bad ad space yesterday, and it kind of wrecked me. I've been booted offline twice today, but fuck it, I'm finishing the damn fort. We're gonna power through. Because apparently, like, all of the internet is falling over. It's not my internet's fault. It's just the internet in general. So it's frustrating, but my internet's been perfectly stable all day. But I hope Dingler is doing well. I hope you've had a good holiday. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute, so I hope things are good. I feel like something should have caved in, but it hasn't yet, which is a little odd. That'll do it, I think. Assuming I can get dwarves to actually do it. There you go. That'll do it. How are we doing? I mean, I'm doing all right. I don't know how you are. Hope you're well. So that goes all the way down to there, which connects to that. Which I need gone. This may kill a dwarf. Oh, it didn't. What's holding you up? The heck is holding you up? Maybe that tree is holding you up. Oh god, please don't kill Touch Shriek. I will be very sad if Touch Shriek falls. How come this tree is taking so long for you to chop down? I mean, you're already dead, so it wouldn't really change your outlook on life much. That is the longest tree chop down I've ever seen. Also, I'm getting tired of this. So let's get rid of all this silk stuff that I supposedly can't make for a little bit. Let them just make some more cloth. Oh, you're fine. Just dodged. Lost soul. You got caught in a burst cloud of quartzite. You fell over, stand up, foot it, fell over, stood up, 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 and you're fine. Just walk it off. Excellent. Now we got to do that again. What was the sentence you joined on? I mean, we do know that you feel nothing about this because you feel nothing, because you can't feel, because you're dead. How does it feel to feel nothing about this? Both of these are going to cave in. Animal, how are you? I hope you're well. I would just like to say a very coy thing real quick. I see you lurking. Streamer I used to watch, who used to stream, who hasn't streamed in a very long time. I miss your streams. Thanks for lurking. Zan the Wrestler? No. Oh, no. Is anybody on fire? No? It was Icarus. Icarus, are you... Oh, no. Icarus is gone. Someone just got Adam smashed. Yep. Rip Icarus. You were a good dwarf. Very good dwarf. Not well for that one dwarf that just died, but for everybody else, yeah, pretty good. I think. Chat, how we all doing? Animal would like to know. Animal is wondering how you is doing. Oh no, a forgotten beast. I joined on this sentence that still doesn't answer my question. You're making me open a clip. I mean, you're already dead, so. I mean, okay. You could have just answered with that, but thanks for clipping that. Cheers. The forgotten beast, Nagolking Zaboskaskas come. A giant blob composed of water. Oh no! Whatever will we do? It has a bloated body. Beware its deadly dust. It's a water balloon. The thing is, it has deadly dust and it can fly, so that's actually kind of scary. Otherwise, that would just be comedy. Although it's still just kind of comedy. It's a water balloon ready to burst at the seams. So let's let it work its way over to the fortress, and then we will slap it with something like a pool noodle, and it'll just go pop. Let's send my squads in. It went for my sheep. Hey, chat, I think some jobs have been canceled. And it's dead. The Forgotten Beast attacks the wrestler, but she scrambles away. The Forgotten Beast slams into an obstacle. Oh! None of us even killed it. We slapped at it and we missed. We slapped at it, we missed. We slapped at it, we missed. It dodged, it dodged, it dodged. It slammed into an obstacle and the body takes full force of the impact, breaking away the tissue. So it literally like slammed into the ground and burst. You shitty thing. Bye. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Forgotten Beast. I'm not. Oh, I'm out of alcohol. Brew. Let's just brew a bunch of drinks from plants. That's funny. There's a goose over here. I hope it's okay. I forgot to hit the ground running and instead it just went splat. Splort. I love how full the tavern is all the time. It's so full. Such a good tavern. I burst my own bubble. Yeah, pretty much is what it said. It's just kind of hilarious. Oh, sure, go ahead. Stick that up in the arts room. Stone. It's still not anywhere as interesting as the outpost liaison that we had in the birthday fort I did, where it was basically an angel. It was like a feathered humanoid with wings. It was neat. Okay, I've got a serious question. Why the fuck is nobody making mechanisms? I think I just made that one bed into an armory, but that's okay. Can fix that. Plenty of alcohol has happened since I had that brief alcohol shortage. This fort's been a lot of fun, though. Kind of crazy, but a lot of fun. Oh no, we have a tantrum. If that dwarf beats anybody, we'll just send the cops after them. And they won't live for very long. Because the cops are way too good at their jobs. And very enthusiastic about being way too good at their jobs. Thanks, Animal. Cheers. No one clips anything on this stream, so it's very much appreciated when you do. Clips are very, very, very helpful. It's easy to forget, but clips do help a ton. What sounds familiar? Working our way through all of that. Man, it feels later in the day. Like, it feels like it's like 3 or 4 p.m., but it's only 12:40. Wonder if it's because I streamed the entirety of Stories Untold. By the way, for those of you who missed the night stream last night, if you're into psychological horror games, could very easily recommend Stories Untold. I enjoyed it so much, I'm very much considering getting their second game, which is Observation, and streaming that as well on night streams. If you're into that kind of psychological horror, like not super jump scary, but definitely like startling and dark, the whole VOD will be going up on the YouTube channel in a couple of days. Probably stick it up on New Year's Eve. I beat the whole game in one sitting. It's very much kind of like a 3-hour TV show style thing, to the point where I would very much like another season or more of it, because it was really, really fun. Hey, Lake Bear, how we doing? You fell asleep so fast to it? Dude, it was so fucking good. Oh my god. Especially by the end of it, man. It all like tied back together and was really fucking cool. Very grim, but cool. Yeah, it was the devs of Observation. Yeah, it was the game they did before they did Observation. Yeah, Observation is not Observer. Observation is like a space station game where you play as an AI. Mostly working till 10. I gotcha. It's good to see you, Lake Bear, though. I hope that you've had a good holiday. Ah, Roger. Alien Slayer. Yeah. No, Dwarf Fortress cops need to be deplatformed for sure. Because they don't arrest you half the time. They just punch you in the head and bash your skull through your head. Bruise your brain. Many dwarves have received much brain damage from dwarven cops. You only caught a little of it? Yeah, it was really cool. Very much enjoyed it. I want more games like that, in that aesthetic. Because they did a very good job capturing that aesthetic. Also, this is our Outpost Liaison by Stone. I was hit and miss. Used to going out on Christmas. It was non-traditional. I mean, I got to see my parents, which was nice. My province has been in like kind of a non-stop lockdown since November. So we're not technically allowed to see many people. If you live with roommates, you're allowed to see your roommates basically. And if you live alone, you're allowed to see one other family. So in my case, I'm allowed to see my parents. So I went over to my parents' house and we had my aunt and uncle came and dropped off wine and like a gift basket for my parents. But it was very much they kind of drove into the driveway and said hello and then left, which was nice of them. We grumbled at my uncle on the other side who just straight up had a normal ass family get together. Fuck him. We had a Discord call with my little sister and my older sister and my Oma and my grandmother and my aunt and my uncle who dropped off wine, which was nice. A little bit chaotic, but it worked. I'm still eating Christmas food which is annoying because it's really difficult to carb count, but I'm getting by. I don't really have anything to complain about on that front. My mom did a very good job cooking. So that's basically how my holidays were. No dwarves have fallen. That's impressive. Yeah, I mean, like, we're supposed to be in lockdown, but most people are just completely ignoring the rules, and it hurts. It's been really difficult to watch because it's like kind of like watching your country just break all of the rules and then watching people slowly get sicker and sicker and sicker and the numbers go up. And I like clickers and games where numbers go up, but I don't like when those numbers go up. Those are bad numbers. Have I or anyone else played Haven? I've watched a good amount of Haven, and I've played the first 30 minutes of it. If you're unfamiliar, it's the studio who made a game called Fury, spelled F-U-R-I, which is very, very good, which I don't see well enough to play. But I watched the entirety of Excessive Profanity play it, and it was very, very fun to watch. Great soundtrack, really good writing, kind of sappy. If you're into, like, sappy love stories where the couple gets along weirdly well but is also very charming, it's pretty fucking good. Gameplay wise, it's kind of simplistic, but interesting nonetheless. So neat little game, kind of simple in some aspects, but everybody that I know who's played it has enjoyed it. That's my take on Haven. I have a dwarf that went missing, probably because they got Adam smashed or fell into lava. I think that's been the stressful part for you, is a lot of why are you doing, why, no, why. Yeah, I know exactly. And like, I think that for those of you who don't know, every New Year's Eve I do a special stream where I play Getting Over It for the more or less the entirety of the stream, right? And then depending on how well the stream does, or if I make a lot of money, I sometimes go later. And it's always kind of cathartic because I play Getting Over It and I basically vent about the year the entirety of the stream. 15 dwarves to goblins? No! I generally lose more dwarves to my own mistakes than goblins. But we... what's the word? I lost my train of thought for a second there. I guess that this year has really taught me just how selfish some people are. And not necessarily just selfish, but like oblivious to the status of other people, right? Like, one of the things that I've tried to improve myself at over the past year, and space, you said Space Haven, not Haven. I just read Haven, not Space Haven. Space Haven is okay. It's kind of like Sims 1, kind of low on mechanics, not enough detailed management. I wish there was more management. It's a decent base and could be really cool in a couple of years, but was kind of light on content when I played it. There you go. I read Haven, which is I missed the part where you said space. My bad. Should read the whole sentence. That would help me understand what you're saying. But this year's really taught me that like a lot of people are completely, totally, and utterly oblivious to other people around them, and it's part of the reason I think people get irritated with people at shops and stuff, is because they're completely oblivious to the fact that other people have lives too. And just because you can't talk to the person or know the person and you've never seen the person before and you'll never see that person again doesn't mean they are an independent human being that exists around you. And most people, at least in the Western world, are very self-focused and not very considerate of others' well-being. And I think that it's very obvious when you see how people react to restrictions, when it's just like, well, I'm going to go see other people regardless. It's very clear how little shit people give about other people, and this year's made it very obvious. That's been very painful. Yeah, people who've worked retail. Well, rather, people who worked retail and didn't get fired. Also, the annual tribute from the elves have arrived. Are they just going to immediately leave again? Yes. So every year, the elves come to give us tribute and immediately leave. Like, they don't stay at all, which is very strange. Because, like, okay, in regards to those who've worked retail and those who haven't, I've certainly met people in my life who've worked retail and are really nice to other people. I've also certainly met people in my life who have worked retail and are incredibly shitty to other retail people because they're like, well, I went through it. You get to go through it too. So I think retail kind of has like one of two effects on people. And one of those possible effects is really shitty. Wait, you got fired from retail? Are you nice to other retail workers when you work with around other people who are in retail? Or are you mean to people who work retail? Hi, Dwarf. Someone just got gurgled into lava. I mean, it had to happen. This is just going to be very annoying to deal with. You're nice because retail sucks? Oh, okay. You're nice because retail sucks. I thought you were saying that you got fired from retail. So you're mean to other people who work in retail. I think some people work retail or food service and gain a sense of empathy for people who work in that industry. And then there's people who work retail or food service who have the opposite effect happen to them, where they're just like, nah, fuck this shit. Fuck this job, fuck this industry, fuck anybody else to work it, I don't care. I went through hell, you get to go through hell too, you know? And it very much sucks, I think. I was the kind of person who was, this job sucks, so I'm gonna try and make it as easy for you as possible whenever I encounter somebody who has to work this job. But I've definitely seen people have the opposite kind of attitude towards people who work retail. And then there's people like me who are in a very fortunate position where I get to be my own boss and work for myself. And it has some caveats, but like, I am like incredibly privileged to be able to do this job. And I worked my fucking ass off and killed myself for years, basically, to be able to do this job. And here I am now doing it. And I'll be completely honest, this being a full-time content creator still doesn't feel real. And I've been doing it for a while now. It's a weird job. Doesn't feel real. Like, genuinely, like, I wake up some days and just, like, blink and go, oh, fuck. I'm actually doing this for, like, this is actually my job. And I've been doing this full-time for, like, as my sole source of income for 3 years now. This is year 3. And I've been doing it full-time since 2016 with side income. A wrestler has grown attached to a cashew wood crutch. Another vile force of darkness has arrived. Look, more goblins have brought more goblinite for us to use. On the flip side, you can't imagine how small business owners feel about this, comply with lockdowns, and maybe lose their dream or stay open and take the risks. Yeah, see, like, I'm a small business owner, and it's weird because there are times where I actively profit from having a small business like this, because When people are home, bored, and not out spending money on drinks, there are times where my income goes up because everybody's bored and stuck at home. So it's been a weird year for small businesses, that's for sure. Vile Force of Darkness, I'm assuming it's the same goblin faction as before. They immediately start shooting arrows at something. I lock all my dwarves inside. They killed a mountain goat. I was wondering if that was my outpost liaison. Let's see how big this army is going to be. A little bit bigger than the last one. A lot bigger than the last one. I love how it's mostly goblins, too. Oh, no, it's all goblins. Quite literally. I wonder if we're going to get any ogres or trolls. So far, just goblins, though. All right, dwarves. This is going to be a fucking hell of a fight. Can't fucking wait for it. Let's do this shit. No, that was a mountain goat. Same icon, except they're white. There's also giant mountain goats that spawn here, which are capital G's. Capital OGs! Make us proud, dwarves. All right, anybody think there's gonna... It looks like they're coming in like 3 waves. I wonder what they're wielding. Copper mail, iron shields. Silver Scourge. What the heck is a Scourge? Chat, what the heck's a Scourge? What are the white rock looking things? That's a frozen creek that never thaws. It's like the mouth of a river, basically. That's like Cat of Nine Tails? Gotcha. Okay. Looks like 1 goblin got caught in a trap, 2 goblins got caught in a trap, 3 goblins got caught in a trap. All right. So as soon as the first goblin pops up over the hill, we're gonna fuck him up. There's a lot of goblins right there. Round of beers for the dwarves about to go into combat. Wrestler's been found dead. We lost 1 dwarf already. 1 dwarf is stumbling back, bleeding. Zon has entered a martial trance. We're going to follow Warm Shadow, who's wielding a brand new shield that was just made for him. Bits and pieces of goblins are flying everywhere. We have the high ground. There's blood going left and right. Violence, pieces, bones, arms, limbs. Glorious, glorious violence. Look at all those pieces. Holy shit. My dwarves are also vomiting everywhere. Dragon Man, the militia commander, has entered a martial trance. The ideal situation. 2 of my dwarves are now kind of depressed due to the violence. I don't really blame them. God, that's a lot of goblins. We're fighting outside. This is actually where we get at the disadvantage. The siege is over, though, which means they are now beginning to flee. But arrows are still flying. I need my dwarves to back up, because my dwarves are very much like vomiting so much that they're super duper at a disadvantage out here. Come on. Let's turn off the burrows and see if I can get my dwarves out here to assist. I certainly lost a few dwarves. 2 from the armored yearlings, 1 from the doors of clenching, none from the unlife gifts. The dwarves are like rolling back inside. We're gonna go to body parts, dump all the body parts. Go to corpses, dump all the corpses. Even the dwarf corpses, doesn't matter. Let's get them out of here. We will memorialize the dwarves. Here come all the dwarves. Let's get all this stuff out of here. It's going to take a little longer to clear out than the last one, but it'll be okay. Success, I say. You feel nothing about going into combat? Well, I mean, you don't feel anything about anything ever because you are incapable of feeling. If you're wounded or getting recovered. My arm is twitching. Let's just watch them chuck this stuff into the lava, shall we? This is the line of all of the corpses and the bits and pieces. Do I have an unnamed fighting dwarf? I got many. Do you have a preferred skill set? That's a lot of dead this time. This one's going to take a little longer to deal with. You know, actually, let's do corpses first. Let's go to body parts. And just forbid all body parts. Let's deal with corpses first. Taurus feels restless after being able to rest and recuperate. Proud, remembering teaching armor, but was annoyed after suffering a minor injury. Satisfied upon mastering axe and satisfied upon improving observation. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. His left foot is cut open. That would be why you're annoyed. 69 years old. Nice. Can I get a nice chat? He is a dubious worshiper of Itasis, who, of course, is the deity of the turquoise of rock, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with music, rivalry, song, festivals, thunder, rain, and agriculture. Sounds like a good god. You have 8 kills, 5 goblins, and 3 goblins, male and female, respectively. You're incredibly muscular. You have slightly sunken brass eyes that are narrow, and a deeply recessed square chin, hair that is wavy, and sideburns that are neatly combed. A long mustache that's neatly combed, and a long beard braided. His medium-length hair is braided, and his short eyebrows are low. His head is very short, and his ears are have nearly fused lobes. His nose is narrow, and his head is very short. His ears have nearly fused lobes, and his nose is narrow. His eyelashes are extremely short, and his hair is chestnut. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized incredibly calm, not bothered in the slightest by deviations in the norm or to extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. Very progressive open dwarf, and is very slow to anger and very polite. Observes the appropriate rules of decorum, and when possible and can handle stress. Doesn't cling tightly to the ideas and is opening to changing his mind. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is pleased by his appearance and talents. And there we go. Welcome to the fort, Dwarf. Getting nuts about the gore there. I mean, as long as they only see the corpses for a short period of time and it's not prolonged exposure, it's not too bad. What's like, if I look at a normal dwarf, like that's a lot of bad emotions, right? But because like this dwarf is kind of upset, but because the fortress itself is so rich and wealthy and lovely, it kind of offsets the violence. So they don't mind it too much, but I can't handle too much of this, so we do need to find a better method of dealing with corpses pretty quickly. Generally, people overly exaggerate how bad moods are in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I see a lot of people stating that, oh, it's completely broken, like, dwarves will just go insane in 3 years. It's like, well, that's not totally true. This fortress is already 6 years old. And I don't see very many insane dwarves, and I haven't been particularly nice to them. A lot of people are just kind of brutally rude to their dwarves. don't have proper prison systems set up, and just kind of freak out when a single dwarf tantrums. Some dwarves are just going to be susceptible to this sort of stuff. And, you know, like, I see Etor running around who's doesn't feel anything. So this dwarf's already haggard due to tremendous stress is placed on him, but doesn't feel anything anymore, so isn't getting any more stress. So if I can offset that with a lot of positivity, that dwarf will be okay. Let's find another depressed dwarf. This administrator, again, like, not actually that stressed, probably won't tantrum, isn't haggard, and is actually quite happy, generally pretty satisfied about their life, just uneasy about getting into arguments and seeing dead bodies, but, like, you'll recover. That dwarf will be fine. This dwarf, again, probably will be okay, assuming we can get them back to all that positive repeating and content remembering. As long as we don't give them PTSD, we should be okay. PTSD is where dwarves start remembering traumatic events and it starts looping. Most notably, PTSD caused by rain, where it rains on them once and then all they can think about is how it rained on them once, which is a very scarring thing for dwarves. Logan the farmer's been found dead. Where? I actually don't know what killed you. Oh, I know. You committed a crime, and the cops killed you. Perfect. As it should be. You know, dwarves commit crimes and then just get punted out of existence. So, yeah. Psycon, hello. How are you? I hope that your holidays have been good. I hope that post-holidays have been good. I hope New Year's is getting ready and going to be a eventful time for you. Crime? Death. Yes, exactly. All crimes are punishable by death. Doesn't matter how major or minor. So now we're just hauling teeth, bones, and bits and pieces out rather than, you know, full bodies. Which will make things a lot better. Still not great. They don't like seeing bits and pieces of dead goblins, but it's an improvement. And then it'll just be a matter of us putting stuff away. Hope mine was great. It was non-traditional, but it was good. I've learned that I need to stay away from alcohol for a while, which is ironic considering we have the beer emote and all the stuff themed after booze, but it's fine. It's part of the channel theme. Alcohol does bad things to my brain that it didn't used to do. I think it's like a combination of like the blood sugar fluctuations and just the general depressants that are already in alcohol. Makes me incredibly depressed and suicidal very quickly, and it's not a good time. I don't like it very much. It sucks. Often people just won't make clothes at all for their dwarves, which is a huge mood debuff. Like, it's one of the biggest debuffs you can give dwarves is just not giving them clothing. And people are like, oh, they should suck it up. It's like, well, have you ever, like, worn pants and then, like, split them at the crotch and been like, ah, fuck, it's an awful day ruiner. Like, literally, it's a day ruiner. And I've had that happen. It sucks. Now imagine having clothes so tattered that they literally fall off your body while you're in public. Like, God, that would be awful. Poor dwarves. Take care of your dwarves, Chad, is all I'm saying. Take care of your dwarves. People keep asking me about Dwarf Fortress's mod support for Steam. I think I'm going to make a mod support video. I've also had a few DF mod makers reach out to me and ask me if I could make videos about their mods. Is that something you guys would want to watch? No marksman? I don't generally use ranged dwarves, no. They're generally less effective than melee. If not, like, completely useless. If you have ranged dwarves and they aren't just like suiciding themselves, then they're completely useless. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. But yeah, no, I don't use ranged dwarves because they're just kind of trash. One thing that I've been noticing is I've heard this sentiment from a few modders recently is a lot of people who mod DF insist that the best place to get any kind of traffic and eyes on your mod is the Dwarf Fortress forums. They're like, oh, that's where the majority of the audience is. It's not where the majority of the audience is anymore. That's a big pit. I mean, sometimes dwarves get sleepy. I mean, it's a very warm pit. It's right next to lava, so. Nah, he's fine. You know what's actually probably fucking up the dwarves more than all of the corpses here is all of that blue. That blue is all vomit because they're walking out into the sun after being underground for a while. All the dwarves in this fortress are cave adapted. That's doing more negative stuff to their mood than actually calling the corpses at this point. Also, I've got a lot of really, like, solid dwarves now, like this one. Who just, like, doesn't care. Same with this one, Bookbinder. You can actually just go join a squad. You killed a zombie dwarf in Giftvault back when we had zombies. I'm looking for dwarves that are like handling the corpses really well. Like this one's not so much. This one's doing just fine. Although you're already in the military, so that would be why you're doing just fine. You'll be fine. You should be okay. You'll also be fine. You won't. You've been getting angry. Yeah. You'll be fine. But you're already in the military, so it don't matter. No crimes have been committed, so we all good. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Yeah, I've been talking about this on and off, but I can't wait for this year to be over. Even though I know next year probably won't be much better for the foreseeable future. It'll probably be about the same. Very much looking forward to the year to just end. Very much looking forward for the year to just end. Because this year's just been too much. It's just been too much. It's kind of interesting. People initially, when I started uploading the VODs for this fortress, were watching it a lot, and they've kind of like stopped watching this fortress's VODs, which I think is kind of interesting. Stats are fun on YouTube, because they also make kind of no sense half the time. Wonder how my mare is doing. This seems fine. Just lots of red. Lots and lots and lots of red. And more. Although, it's composed of ash. And it squirms and fidgets. Anything coming out I'm looking forward to, like video game wise? This is me you're talking to, right? wonder if it can actually fly. Hello, Victor. Hello. How are we? Yeah, like video game wise, I don't know. That's a good question. It's I mean, I don't generally look forward to video games, so it's kind of hard to say. Why is it going down the stairs? What? That seems kind of silly. And it's like running right past dwarves. I get killed one of my oh, and it's dead. I wasn't super worried about that one. Yeah, striked it in the head with a steel buckler and the severed part sails off an arm. Ash beasts are very weak generally, so I wasn't super worried about that one. All right. Cat passed out snuggling on your arm. How are you typing with a passed out cat on you? That's like some impressive typing skills. I'll have you know I straight up can't do that. Which means now they should be just storing a whole bunch of items in stockpiles. Is there a reason why not to use DF hack? I don't think that the features that it adds are necessary. It adds a lot of instability to the game, makes the game a lot more crashy, makes the game a lot less consistent. It adds a lot of tools that are helpful, yes, but in my opinion expose too much information, which makes the game actively less fun for me. A lot of people disagree with me on that fact, but I genuinely believe that Dwarf Fortress is at its best when it's hiding a large portion of the information, because I get a lot more systemic surprises that I would catch earlier on if I had that extra information. So between the crashiness of it and the too much information problem, I just don't see the point. See, Dwarf Therapist adds way too much information. Way too much information. I hate the UX for it, too. I think the UX for it is abysmal. I think that it's a large portion of the reason why a lot of people get scared away from playing Dwarf Fortress is because, oh, you need to install 8 different plugins. It's like, well, you really don't. So I kind of stream this way to kind of prove to people that you don't need any of that shit to play the game. You really, 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 really don't. So, I don't know. There is a large sentiment in the DF community that the game is, and I'm putting this in air quotes, unplayable if you don't use a lot of those features, or a lot of those fan features, as in like DF hack or Dwarf Therapist. There's a lot of people that will tell you that the game is unplayable without those features, and I think that that is wildly incorrect and downright offensive. See, that's the problem, is that you started with the noob pack. That's a problem to me. But like I said, unpopular opinion. I don't think people should start with the new pack. If anything, I would say that that's for more advanced players, not the other way around. But Silvershy, stream goes good. Stream goes good. I need to check out Ultima Ratio Regum. Because apparently there's actual NPCs in that game now. Oh, no, Caffeine, you asked earlier if there's anything coming out that I'm looking forward to. What's the word I'm looking for here? Crundle is fighting with a dungeon master. Good luck. I'm very much looking forward to Ultimate Atom. I vastly dislike that. My biggest concern and problem with the future and stability and ability for DF to be a... yes, he released a new version, like yesterday. Be like, my biggest problem with the future of Dwarf Fortress is people's demands that those features are necessary for the game to be playable. When in a lot of... That sucks. Peril, that really sucks. I hope that dwarf gets sorted. When a lot of the features that people demand are necessary from DF Hack are directly going against Tarn's design for the game, right? Like, Tarn's design for Dwarf Fortress is very hands-off, very kind of just let the game do its thing while we almost more just watch, if that makes sense. It's very much focused on... Yeah, and I hate that. Nyko, I hate that. Does the Dungeon Master do anything? The Dungeon Master will interrogate people and will assist if there is a lot of crimes going on, but in general, not really, no. So there's a lot of people that play Dwarf Fortress in one style that I disagree with. You know, for me, it's a role play story generation game. People like to play it as an RTS, and all of those tools make it easier to play as an RTS, a micromanagement game, which isn't how I play the game. It's like, yeah, it's like a worse sheriff. Well, like a worse captain of the guard because they got rid of the sheriff, sort of. You only have sheriff in early forts, not mid or late forts. Oh, and a soap maker's been possessed. Toulon. Soap maker's in a strange mood. What are you gonna go claim? Craft store shop? Looks like it. You see, and... Okay, I'm just going to go full screen for a second because I want to babble about this for a minute. Yeah, you can't make legendary bars of soap. It sucks. Soap is a consumable, so just like food, you can't have artifact food. Anyway, so for me, the biggest problem with Lazy Noob Pack is you have this vehement crowd of people that claim, and I've spoken with other like moderators of the Dwarf Fortress subreddit and people who volunteer to work with the community who agree with me on this. There is a vehement group of people that insist that the game is completely, totally, and utterly unplayable without DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist running. Okay, this same group of people also complain that the game is very imbalanced and that moods are a major problem, and that dwarves get depressed way too easily and complain that dwarves get depressed way too easily. They also claim that frame rate will die after about 3 years. 3 to 6 years. The game becomes unplayable due to frame rate, supposedly. They also claim that combat is way too simple, They also claim that dwarf management is way too easy and want the game to be completely rebalanced for them. Now, they're using multiple external tools that make the game easier, and you're still incapable of managing your dwarves correctly. Because what a lot of these tools do is they allow you to completely gloss over what needs to actually be taken care of, which is staring at your dwarves and learning about your dwarves, right? So the way you're kind of supposed to play Dwarf Fortress. Now, Dwarf Fortress is a single-player game, so you can play in whatever way you want. Cheat as much as you want. Do whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter. Mod the game to be perfect for you. But the way you're kind of supposed to play Dwarf Fortress is you're supposed to stare at your dwarves' brains, look at what they want, and micromanage them that way, instead of just macro-managing them in Therapist. Now, Therapist will recommend what dwarves are best at, but because you're still not looking at your dwarves and figuring out what they need individually, you gloss over a lot of necessities. And it really sucks when I see people complaining that Dwarf Fortress crashes a lot. I've had about 4 crashes this year, and I play this game like 5 to 8 hours a day. And I have people telling me that, oh, it's crashing multiple times a day, multiple times a session. I wonder why. I wonder why. It's just like when people tell me that they have so much, mood problems. It's like, well, why? It's like, well, there's a dead cat in my fucking lobby. I'm like, well, get rid of the dead cat. Unforbid it. Chuck it into some magma, crush it, get rid of it. And they're like, nah, dwarves are whiny. It's like, no, they're not whiny. They're literally seeing a dead cat every morning when they get out of bed. That would fuck with me. In real life. It just bothers me that there's a group of people that group of the community that insists that you, in order to learn the game correctly, you have to use all of these external plugins, which makes installing the game a lot harder, makes the game a lot more daunting, makes the game scarier looking to learn, gives you all these extra programs and windows, makes the game less stable, directly makes the game harder to learn because you have so much more information being fed to you, instead of just playing the fucking video game. And yeah, there's parts of the UX that are a little bit more difficult to learn, but you also don't need to have 2 technically, external programs running to play the game. I guess 3 if you count the launcher. It just really bothers me. It's like, people go on about how complicated it is to assign jobs in DF. All right, I need another dwarf making mechanics. Select the dwarf with V, hit L, hit P to go to the profile, hit L to go to labors, go to metalsmithing, and then say, let's put this dwarf on blacksmithing. Done. That is so hard to do. Oh my God. This dwarf, you need a bedroom. You poor dwarf. But more importantly, like, P, L, let's give you weaving so that when you wake up, you actually have a job to go do. Let's look at what you need in your life. You're restless after being unable to practice a craft. Excellent. I just gave this dwarf what they needed. Yes, like the community has disconnected from the development of the game in some aspects, where there's portions of the community that believe the game should be something and believe that the game is something, when Tarn is going in a completely different direction, which is fine because he's the developer. Like, when I talked to him at PAX, there was a lot of people that were asking him directly. They're like, are you going to implement something like DF Hack or Dwarf Therapist into the Steam version? And his response was very much a, probably not. And then the next response that he had always was, well, we're leaning more in the direction of auto labor because they want the dwarves to be, and like, then if you want to go in it like manually and select a job for a dwarf, you can do that, but they're leaning more in the direction of dwarves will just kind of do what needs to be done based on their preferences, right? Which is the direction Tarn is leaning. So Tarn is leaning further away. And granted, this was from PAX 20, so I don't know if his opinions have changed on this since then, but he is leaning further away from what the community thinks the game is. Do I think that the Steam release will be good or bad for this? I think it highly depends. You know, there's definitely a community of people saying, I want the Steam release, but I won't play it until I have Therapist. I've seen that comment a lot. And so I think that that portion of the community will definitely still exist. I'm hoping and praying and begging and screaming and hoping in the bottom of my heart that people who buy the Steam version will not just immediately install Lazy Noob Pack, because I swear to God, like, I'm not the only person in the DF community who thinks that the Lazy Noob Pack is a problem. DF Therapist has its place. DF Hack has its place. They're excellent tools for making mega projects and min-maxing your dwarves. They are excellent additions to the game, and can, if used correctly, can be incredibly helpful, especially for things like Stone Sense or all the various visualizers. I think that Legends Viewer is a fantastic tool that lets you really build and get really in depth. But they're advanced tools for advanced users who've been playing the game for a while, who know what those tools are for. For a beginner, they do nothing but slow down the player. Like, I actively believe that Lazy Noob Pack shouldn't be called Lazy Noob Pack. It should be called Advanced Tools Pack, because that's really what it is. It's an advanced tools pack for advanced players who know what the fuck they're doing, not a lazy noob pack. And, you know, people tell me, they're like, oh, installing a tile set is so fucking difficult. Let me show you something. This is my desktop. I just click this button. Okay. This. Let's go to my desktop. Okay. Let's go to Dwarf Fortress, my most recent version. Go to Data. Go to Init. This is literally all of the settings in the entire game. Oh my God, it's a text pad. That's so difficult. I've fucking gone into Unreal Engine games and removed, like, maybe I'm just like some weird computer wizard, but I can go into an Unreal Engine game and remove depth of field if it's not in the settings thing, and just get rid of it entirely. I do that all the damn time, because depth of field drives me bonkers in Unreal Engine games when it's locked on and there's no setting to turn it off. So I just go remove it from the fucking INI files. It's not hard, right? And I'm not some sort of weird wizard. Like, this is literally, like, you could just straight up remove invaders in this screen if you really want. You found the porn folder? I don't have a porn folder. I'll have you know, if I want to watch porn, I just watch it on my browser like an adult. Come on, man. Although I do turn on non-tracking mode, so it doesn't autocorrect when I go to type something in. Like, you know, like, if you want to install a tile set, literally you just change your font right there to whatever the name of the tile set is with the BMP, and then just like drag and drop it into this folder. Like, it's not fucking hard. Come on, people. Like, if you can use computers well enough to figure out that DF exists, find the website, and download Lazy Noob Pack, you can figure out computers enough to fucking edit your INI file. Not that hard. Anyway, I'm going to go get me a sandwich because I'm getting hangry. I will be back in a couple of minutes. You guys can watch these dwarves dance and do whatever the stuff they've been doing. How do you get porn in the browser? You go to Google and you type in boobs. Press enter. I'm feeling lucky, ideally, and you will find porn probably. I will be back in a minute or two. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for watching the streams. And if you're new here and you ever want to get caught up on a particular fort, there. Also, if you want that, I have this for you, Fred. Enjoy. Feast your eyes on the beauty of that healthy pair of tits. And if you man, that's going to translate real well to the YouTube audience who doesn't have access to chat. If you want to support my work and the shenanigans I do, there's my Patreon. If you subscribe for a whole year, you can get 15% off. I'm done talking now. I'm going to go get my goddamn sandwich. BRB. Good lord, can we get a fucking break here? Hold on, I need to like write down how much I gave myself in my injection. Buns? I would like buns. Buns. Also, can I just say that like fucking shout outs to chat for whenever I type in that command, everybody like chat's always like either heh or like, man, that's damn fine pair of tits. I love that you guys play into the joke. It's really funny. Like way too amusing for me for any like way more amusing than it should be, and I genuinely think it's hilarious. I'm just gonna eat my sandwich and then we'll do this fight. Don't mind me. I hope that this giant is holding artifacts. It's probably worshipped by somebody. Pearl tequila, yeah. Also called long-tailed tits. I did know that actually. Yeah. My mom knows a lot about birds and taught me a lot about birds when I was younger. Bush tits, also known as long-tailed tits. There's multiple kinds of tits. But no, seriously, what is it with birds just having really dumb names? It's like irresponsible it's like it's like what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for here? Irresponsible explorers with a dumb sense of humor. That is a good question. I think it kind of depends on how much DF hacking and shenanigans you've done, but you're probably fine to use it. If you get crashing, I can tell you probably why. Not over here. I mean, I'm familiar with birds being referred to as cocks, but not very common over here. Unless it's like a male chicken. You can also totally just have two separate saves. Like, have one with DF hack and one without. Then you'll see the direct contrast. Swap back and forth occasionally. Just like Lonely Shepherds, yeah. See, now we just have silicone for that. I mean, what? Wait, really? That's unfortunate. So, yeah, I was gonna ask, like, what culture and language? Is it short for anything, or is it, like, legit, like, just a first name? Yeah, me too. I'm kind of curious now. I actually know a Titus, but there's a very big difference between tit and Titus. There's a dude who used to stream a shit ton of Apex Legends, and he just kind of stopped one day. All right, so the Holy Giantess, Holy Pearl, Dequel has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. And it's naked. Her incredibly straight hair is extremely long, her nose is extremely narrow, and her pale blue eyes are wide set. Her ears are flattened, and her hair is copper, and her skin is peach. And the dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. Not ideal timing, but... it's just a naked mole dog leaving the fortress vomiting. My mayor wants quivers. Run inside, Dwarf. Oh no. Oh god. Are you gonna make it? Come on, land. Just... I think we did actually lose a dwarf. Whoops. Lytas, the doctor, has been dead. Well, it's kind of... that's a little awkward. Sorry about that. Giants is hostile? Giants is indeed hostile. The big red notification is hostile creature entering the map, basically. So big red notification is bad, if you see that. Excuse me. It's an odd place to be constructing rock coffins. All right, let's continue digging down if we can. Capital M, not N. You're starting to be able to really read the Matrix? Yeah. She sounds kind of hot. I mean, if you're into giant ladies, it's a pretty common fetish, too. My neighbor's being loud. Talana the Soap Mater has created a Crundle Bone Battle Axe, excuse me? Claims it as a family heirloom. That one seems interesting. It's worth 14,000. This is a Crundlebone battle axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned fellite cabochons and decorated with funky wood, and encircled with bands of rectangular alunite cabochons, rectangular sandstone cabochons, and fungi wood. This object menaces with spikes of crundled bone, menaces with quartz. On the item is an image of 2 forgotten beasts in kilonite. I've lost count of how many forgotten beasts we've seen in this fort, so it's definitely accurate. That is indeed no soap. Okay, see, this makes a little bit more sense. See, if that was like an uncommon Western name, I'd be really confused. But like, I could see Cambodian. That makes sense. A name like that coming from Cambodia. That makes sense from what I know about names from from those regions. That makes a lot of sense. Was that all pink blood? That was miasma. So by default, that is purple, but I have it kind of a pinky color. Miasma is the stench of rotten flesh. The unbearable stench that is rotting flesh. And it's visualized in Dwarf Fortress. So, I mean, you're getting paid double, right? Worm Shadow? Like, you gotta be getting fucking buttloads of overtime. For what you're doing, so. And, like, considering you're just watching Twitch the whole time, like, I can tell you one thing, it's certainly covering your Twitch subscription fees. Like, you certainly seem to be coming out on top in this whole arrangement. Fuck butts of overtime, yes. Fuck butts of blind shouldn't be talking because he's tired. So chat, this is how I talk sometimes when I stayed up until, oh, what time did I go to bed last night? 4 in the morning? Because like, I ended stream yesterday at about 3 p.m. because stream got booted offline. Went to bed. I was in bed by about 3:30 because I was just tired. I was like, fuck, I'm just going to go take a nap. So I napped from about 3 until about 9:40. Woke up and was like, bam, I'm awake. And then I was like, well, I guess I'll hang out for a bit, made dinner, did what I have to do, chatted with a friend on Discord for a bit, and then just turned my stream on at like 10:30 and streamed till about 4 in the morning-ish, 3:30. And I went to bed at about 4 in the morning. It was worth it. I mean, the game that I got to stream was good fucking fun, and I think everybody who made it to that stream had a great time, so it was totally worth streaming that late, but like, god damn. Like, brain-wise, it wrecked me. Absolutely wrecked me. How come you can't walk back across that? I'm very confused by this. Oh, there you go. You left. Perfect. Oh my god, the fucking bouncing ball sound is happening again. So my neighbors have, I think, a puppy or a young dog and also a small child. And I think they got this puppy a ball. And they've been playing fetch in the apartment. And you know, there's a pandemic going on. Shit sucks. You know, nobody wants to be cooped up indoors. But all I hear is bump, 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 bump. Dum 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 dum, just non-stop, and it's not driving me bonkers, but it's real fucking annoying. It's a really annoying sound. Also, chat, I'll have you know, twice in the last 10 minutes, Twitch has given me this big old notification all the way across the entirety of my dashboard telling me to run these very invasive ads that they're trying to push on everybody as a new feature that we all want and are looking forward to and excited about. Every single time I've clicked the little X up at the top because I think that people who give me money should have ad-free viewing, and these new advertisements remove that right. So frankly, I think it's disgusting that Twitch is pushing it on me, and all I can say is, fuck them. Does the acoustic isolation help? I mean, it removes echo, but I don't have any on my ceiling, so no, not really. My headphones would help, but these are open back, so I can hear everything in my room, no problem. Kind of by design, I prefer open back headphones, but kind of wish I had noise canceling for my fucking neighbors. Also, so I can hear things like my phone ringing or like somebody knocking on my door. I don't like being isolated from the rest of the sounds of the room. Also, spring has arrived, which means we are in the year 68 now, 1068, I think. I feel more bad for people who have the surname Fuck and Fucks. Really? Am I playing with sound? Does Dwarf Fortress have sound? Question mark? Aside from like the 2-minute loop? Because no, I have a playlist playing on VLC Media Player right here of music that I've licensed to use, but that's it. I mean, this is all learned news to me. Stone. Enjoy your bubble bath, Bastet. I've never really understood the appeal of bubble baths, I'll be honest. Always seemed a little bit redundant to me. I'd rather just have a hot shower. Stone is like our resident names expert. And a rooster died of old age. I wonder if any dwarves died of old age. No. I'm very fond of the places with obscene names here. Like, we have Jackass Mountain and Asshole Mountain that are both right next to each other. They're two legitimate mountains called Jackass Mountain and Asshole Mountain. We also have Bitch Mountain. Not related or close by, but we do have a mountain named Bitch. One of my favorites is a town called Frick. Which is more like funnier to me than a town called Fucking. Of course, Condom France is also very much a classic. Not that condom is particularly vulgar, it's more just funny. Isn't there a place in Arkansas called Fucking, now that I think about it? Not vulgar, but there's a portion of BC called Hell's Gate, which is kind of well known for being a horribly treacherous... Why am I forgetting the hotkey? I'm tired. What hotkey? That's the one I'm looking for. Capital M. There. Well, of course, Vaughn. Of fucking course. It was renamed to fucking... That's actually worse, in my opinion. Just roll with fucking Austria and don't name it to fucking. There's a little diner pretty close to where I live called Harambe's. It's a perfectly fine little family-owned and operated diner, like just totally normal-ass diner. But because it's called Harambe's, when the whole dicks out for Harambe's meme was going down. They had a lot of problems with people flashing in front of their restaurant, and I feel kind of bad for them. Granted, it did also supposedly very much help their business, and they went from being like kind of empty all the time to being packed, which, it's called Harambe's. It's kind of sad, but also like, meh. I've been there. It's a pretty nice like Indonesian diner. Their food's good. It's tasty. I quite like it. Yeah, no, I mean it is a relatively common name, yes. Not that common, but from the description that I've heard from somebody on the internet, which means it's totally trustworthy and believable, it's kind of like a Steven. You would eat in Harambe? I mean, I dined in at Harambe's, and you know, it was good. At the height of the meme, too. I was also drunk. We thought it was hilarious. Food was good, though, so fucking win-win. Wum bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum bum bum. All right, that's that layer dealt with. Oh boy. Let's just cut you off. See if I can just make you fall. And an elven caravan has arrived to trade. See, they actually come to trade. You know, this might not actually be the final day of this fort. I keep on saying it's the final day, but this might not actually end up being the final day. I feel like I'm lying now whenever I say it's the final day. Also, investments are open. Heads up, Chad. Frame rate's still good, though. Impressively enough. All right, Dwarf, are you going to cave this shit in on your head? That's the question. Yep. Did you die? Probably. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How low can the frame rate drop? How low can you count? How low do numbers go? I've gotten sub 1 frames per second, like lower than 1 FPS before. Like I've gotten like a frame every 5 to 10 seconds before, which is kind of painful. Like, it's not unplayable, but it's certainly painful. You've gone 1 frame per second? Like as I said, I'm pretty sure I've been less than 1 frame per second before. Not that I'm bragging, like it sucks, but usually when it gets that bad, you can fix it though. How come that's not caving in? What the fuck is holding you up? Oh, of course, that's what's holding you up. Sure. I mean, it's slideshow frame rate, right? Generally, Dwarf Fortress runs just fine. Like, usually Dwarf Fortress is kind of a game where you really need to fuck it up to ruin your frame rate that badly. And generally, it's not really a huge issue. Okay, now I have no idea what's holding you up. Well, anyway, it should fall with everything else, so that part's good. Hey chat, anybody want to come over here and tell my neighbors to quit scrambling around on the floor and doing whatever the fuck they're doing? Because, God, it's annoying. I might just crank my own volume, but I don't want to damage my ears. Oh. Cool. Your ruler has arrived with full entourage. You are now the mountain home. Oh. Sacrifice? Nah. No, we'll keep the king. King or queen or whoever showed up. We'll get to know them a little bit. Why not? That's a fun opportunity. Aban. Who is our king? Worthy sacrifice? This is again where I disagree. I enjoy, it's a goblin. I enjoy having royalty in my forts. It's a lot of work. Killed 5 elves, 5 humans, and 6 goblins. Damn. You can join the military. Yeah, Goblin King. Yeah, see that sucks, Sebastian. That sucks. I completely agree. When it's like the first thing that happens in your fort, fuck that shit. That's awful. But like in an situation like this is cool because we have 157 dwarves, plenty of food. We could very easily whip up all of the things that a king could want. Is an ardent worshiper of the 2 most popular gods in the forts, very comfortable around those that are different from himself, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, dislikes helping others, is quick to form negative views about things, is quick to anger, generally acts impartially, rarely moved to mercy, and curious and eager to learn, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, Has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Personally sees the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and dreams of creating a great work of art. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to the highest ideals and celebrates the talented artisans and their masterworks. Like, this is a fucking dwarf goblin. He is 305 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in year 763. He seems, yeah, he's a citizen of the Turquoise Rocks, a member of the Order of Soil, which is a religion, a member of the Group of Infamy. Simfield! Dude, how you been?
Ho ho ho.
Thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. It's nice to know the OGs still tune in sometimes. Cheers, man. Yeah, no, I think this is fucking cool. Of course, gotta spend some time to, you know, make our new arrival some things, but it's not a pain in the ass in the slightest, I don't think. Good King Dwarf. Or good King of the Dwarves, rather. It's been busy. Yeah, I can relate. I think we should give him his own lair. It's our king. Needs a noble space. Accept the wiki? I mean, what do you need to know? Why do you need tutorials outside of the wiki? I personally don't really think that there are any good tutorials for DF. Even the good ones aren't great. Because most of them are just reading the wiki. The only real tutorial I recommend is Krug Smash is Your First Fortress. Just because it's like, here's the basics. But if you need help with anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. It really is pretty wild. I mean, it's been wild in that respect for a while. But it's only gotten better. So that'll be throne room / dining room, I think. For our king. This can be bedroom for king. My biggest problem with the majority of DF tutorials is they're very much just like, here's a tutorial. Now let me very slowly like mumble while I read the wiki verbatim. Like, that's the majority of DF tutorials, and it's kind of like, well, I mean, I guess you can watch that, but like, I'm not really going to necessarily recommend that as a good tutorial. Because there really aren't any, unfortunately. Even like, the best tutorials aren't the greatest. I mean, fuck, I have tutorials and they're not the greatest. My tutorials are just clips from me on my stream explaining shit to people. How long can you expect to be confused for? For years? I mean, I'm still confused, and I've been playing this game for years. I mean, realistically, what's the most complicated game you've already played? You've played before? Like, if I were like asking you a legitimate question, what's the most complicated game you've ever played? RimWorld, you're fine. Just straight up, you're fine. Don't even worry about it. I mean, Caffeine, you're just gonna scare people away by saying shit like that. You know that, right? I mean, Dwarf Fortress has like a 10-hour learning curve for the basics. And then beyond that, it's just kind of a matter of continuing to learn new mechanics. Like I learn shit about DF almost every day, but I know how to play DF, so it makes things a lot easier. It's the knowing how to play part that makes things hard. Yeah, no, I mean, like, word of advice, join my Discord, join the Kitfox Discord. If you need help, just ask questions in one of their various help. For your limited attention. I mean, it certainly is for many people, and that's fine. But it's not daunting at all. Like, it's actually very much like, placebo isn't really the right word. There's this falsified difficulty curve that people have kind of fancified into existence, which is not true. It's a very simple, easy to play game. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, once you understand what your options are and how to go about completing those, and once you kind of wrap your brain around the logic that is the UX, because it does have its own logic to it. At that point, it's just kind of a matter of playing. Yeah, exactly. I always... People confuse difficulty with obtuse. Dwarf Fortress is obtuse. It's not hard. It's obtuse. Once you get past the obtuseness, it's easy. But it's a matter of getting past the obtuseness. And, like, don't be afraid to ask questions. There's a decent amount of people who stream DF these days, too. If you ever need assistance, you can always just go pop into stream and just ask the streamer. Because... frankly, there's kind of enough of us now that there's usually somebody live, and generally people streaming DF are pretty helpful and knowledgeable. Oh, totally. I mean, like, you can install any tile set you want and make it look as fancy and new or as OG as you want. But all of my VODs all my DF VODs are archived on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see, yeah, that too, Brahms. If you want to see, what? Miner's been missing for a week. Ooh, I think you were the one that dropped into the lava. If you ever like want to see the beginning of a fort, or like maybe I'm streaming something and you're like, man, I wonder what this looked like at the beginning. You can just go to my YouTube channel and watch the beginning of the fort because it's all there. How the heck did you figure that out? My favorite, one of my favorite quotes from Toady is how asexuality in gay dwarves exist as a logical mechanic to stop dwarves from outbreeding the other races. I mean, like you can figure it out without a therapist. You have to go to their relations, and if they're okay, so if you go to their relations, it shows who their partners are if they have any, and then you have to like look at their partners. I had one dwarf who was married, who had like 11 kids in my really long fort, and also had about 12 partners at one point. Boys and girls, just everybody. Just fucking everyone. It was way too funny. Isn't that a bug? I recall someone saying that might be a bug, Touch Shriek. Chad, she was very much a Chad. Fucking beast. 'Twas a pity when she died. Shoutouts to this Keat. Deucem. Definitely belongs to one of those dwarves and keeps following him around. I seem to recall that like being a bug that Tarn was just like, that fuck it, and left it in. I seem to recall that. I might be wrong in that one though. Gay Wombat doesn't consider his sexuality to be a bug. Here's a real question. Does your gay giant praying mantis consider his sexuality to be a bug? Also, giant praying mantises are terrifying. Oh, dear. I mean, I've certainly generated worlds that are literally unplayably destroyed. That's where you abandon and restart. You look like a dick and balls, Sinfield. If your dick looks like this, go see a doctor. Sexual preference, yes. Does it have legs? She's got legs. She knows how to use them. Now I got legs stuck in my head, chat. That's a problem. Or excellent, one of the two, I'm not sure. Besides, maybe the king wants his chambers to look like a cock and balls. I'm not judging this goblin. The goblin is David Bowie. Just wants everything to look like a giant throbbing cock. Just everything. I mean, the fact of the matter is, cock and balls is a very organic shape. It's very easy for things to just look like cock and balls if you are constantly dreaming and imagining cock and balls. Maybe you just really like cock and balls. Not that I'm judging. That's totally an acceptable thing to like. But yeah, to me, if anything, it looks more like lungs. But, I mean, this is what the actual for it looks like. Which looks like some weird Cthulhu monster. Also, hey, Absolute, how you doing? Also, I'm just giving you a hard time. My fort gives you Flintstones vibes. How so? I won't. Well, actually, yeah, David Bowie probably went to hell. And I'm definitely going to hell, so... Who said anything about an afterlife? I don't know. I don't believe in anything after death, so... garbage. I'm chronically depressed all the time, borderline suicidal the rest of the time, sleepy, not sleeping super well. I can't wait for this year to end. I'd like to get my vaccine, please. Please, like, just put that in the fucking water and give it to me. I need it now. It's trash. Kill me, please. That's how the apocalypse has been treating me. I'm ready for, like, everybody in my city to quit being fucking morons and stay inside for 3 fucking weeks! So that, as somebody who's at risk, can go outside. Light aquifer, bad thing? Light aquifer equals easy well. Heavy aquifer is bad thing. Light aquifers are kind of fine. You can just kind of dig through them, but you might need to, like, put walls around there. We're all on the same page, more or less. Varying levels of the same page, yeah. Like you on your streams, what, depressed? I mean, it's relatable. It's really funny when every now and again there'll be somebody who pipes up in chat, or like my mom will be like, you shouldn't say things like that on stream, and then I'm just like, you know what? I'm human. I think people appreciate watching a human instead of some weird I am happy all the time robot like some streamers. Because that's spooky to me. That's genuinely terrifying. If you're actually that happy all the time, I am scared of you and would like to run the fuck away. Get out of the goddamn house. You've drawn our glorious king? Oh no. I kind of imagine goblins being a little bit more spindly. Because, like, it's very much kind of the same body shape. Oh, wait, no, that was the outpost liaison. Never mind. Durr. Let me know when you posted the goblin. But still, I kind of imagine goblins being a little bit more, like, spindly than dwarves, who are kind of chunky. Needs a crown. Needs more crown. Is very much lacking in crown. Aside from that, definitely looks like a king. Needs like a Christmas cracker. Party crown. Paper crown. Bony knees and elbows? Yeah. A tour of the furnace operator has slipped into depression. Relatable. How are you doing up there? Ah, you're fine. A little bit sad, but you'll be okay. Audio. Hello. How was you? I was making really good progress into finishing stuff, and then my fucking king showed up, who also happens to be a goblin. Which is exciting. Need a lot of doors. Got the new monitor? Yay! What kind of monitor did you end up going with? You have a severe lack of fear of most things. I feel like I'm kind of desensitized to death and don't really care. Really. There you go. King gets a nice big bedroom. It's currently a great bedroom. It needs to be a royal bedroom. We're working on it, man. Fortunately, I've got more porcelain statues than you could ever want, so we're okay. Nice. I've always wanted a 144 hertz monitor, although I don't want the 1440p. 1440p is too many pixels for me. Just engrave the walls? Nah, it's too easy. I got hundreds of porcelain statues. Hundreds. Good question. I have no idea. It's like my Civ symbol. I don't know.
Oh, would help if I actually found some engravable stone. I'm just unable to brain today. Superiorly designed image of an icahedral icohedra. Good luck. It's the image is a symbol of the turquoise rock of dwarven civilization. There you go. An icahedral icohedra. Whatever the butts that means. If you can't make porcelain thrones, you can encrust things with porcelain, which frankly I'm too lazy to do. I can make him a porcelain statue of a throne. Also, not really my sense of humor, so no, we'll give the goblin a grand, wonderful throne room. We don't need to make any potty jokes at his expense. He's a very fine king. Like, he seemed more like a dwarf than half my dwarves. He was enraptured after communing with Sosteth and felt enjoyment while performing. And felt enraptured after remembering communicating with Sosteth. Very religious. Wants to create a masterwork, so you know what? We'll give you weaponsmithing and blacksmithing as well. I mean, he very much was raised in dwarven culture. Like, he just straight up has dwarven culture. You want me to make crutches? Export of backpacks and crowns are prohibited. More reason to get a new mic stand. I can hear a clicking sound in my mic stand. Let's say wood. Yeah, no, Alban is very much a dwarf name. I mean, look at literally everything about this thing's description. If I didn't, the only giveaway that this is a goblin is the red eyes and the green skin, and holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans. That's the fact that it says craftsmanship and the fact that it says red eyes and green skin. Everything else about this creature looks like a dwarf and reads like a dwarf. Also, this is kind of neat just because I just got a follower, but I have 13,200 on the dot follows. Been kind of hovering in the 13,190 for a little bit there. Cheers, guys. You don't see the dark blue text? If you want my colors, they're pinned on Discord. Yeah, you have to scroll down a little bit, but if you go to the Dwarf talk room, click on this button, scroll down to here, click jump, copy paste this and just put it in the colors room. Those are my colors. The default DF colors have always been a big question mark for me. I think it's largely the reason a lot of people use tile sets is because they see the default colors and scream, and I don't blame them. But they're very easy to edit, fortunately. Also, you can just straight up go to the wiki. So Pablo Rasta, what? You should send Twitch a support ticket and get your account back, because that's silly. Like, no, you did not lose your old account. Like, reach out to Twitch with a support ticket and be like, oh wait, this is my account. People put money into Twitch accounts. They have your credit card information. You can get your account back. I wouldn't fully remake your account. That's silly. Also, why did you get a new phone number? Two-factor should still just work. What the hell? Wanted a local number? All right, fair enough. I do still think that that's moronic, though. But you do what you gotta do, I guess. Yeah, same. Is your dwarf still kicking? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, your dwarf's still up and about. Wait, hold on a second. You foam people? Weird. I don't know. I still disagree with this whole thing. You should just reach out to Twitch support and get your account back. Because, like, you've spent money on your account, so you should just go get your account back. I don't know. I don't want to talk about this anymore because I'm just going to keep rambling about how you should just go get your account back. It's not hard, but you do you. I think this whole situation is really stupid. But say Livy. Probably stone. Cobaltite blue is a good color. Probably just gonna throw out all of this porcelain because I don't really need it. Cool. Bedroom is good enough. Let's give you a granite throne. Hey, Kusa. What's up? Mix of multiple stones encrusted with gems, of course. Menacing with spikes of tin. Alrighty, enjoy your lurks, Bastet. That sucks, Authority. The last time my internet provider mocked me, I literally phoned them and was like, hey, listen, I do this for a living. I need my internet backup, and they had my internet backup in about 40 seconds. They literally just like reset a thing on there, and they're like, should be back. Yep, it's back. You lost your first email for the longest time, and recovery email was set to your first works email. Eventually called your old boss and found it was hilarious. You caught up for a bit, and he set up your old work email to recover your account. That's funny. Has bestowed the name Bog Soshogon Gash. That's a hell of a name. Falal Kumat. That's a name and a half. Holy crap. There we go. We're getting there. It really is, yeah. That's why I had to read it all. Orange. You probably should just like get a new internet provider, but that sucks. And get some sleep, Nico. Glad I could be of service. We'll be on tomorrow too. Although, since I now have a king to deal with, I might have to do another day of this fort, even though I wasn't planning on it. Yes, 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 I know I could kill him, but I like this king. I think this king is kind of cool, frankly. You've had better customer service from Apple? I've had generally pretty good luck with customer service reps from every provider I've had in the area. If it goes to New Year's, just retire them. I mean, tomorrow has to be the last day. Tomorrow we will retire regardless. I just want to drop somebody from the surface all the way down into the lava magma sea. And if I can do that, I'll be happy. As I've certainly dropped things into volcanoes before, but there's a big difference between dropping things into volcanoes and, like, you know, the route that I'm going. An annual tribute has arrived from the humans, and they're actually going to bring me stuff. And Bumrek the Glazer withdraws from society. That'll be interesting. I just want to give gifts to the god in the form of blood. That's all. It's nothing out of the ordinary, you know, just dwarf. Just dwarf stuff. Just in the form of blood. Much, much, much blood. Just dwarf things. Yeah, exactly. Totally normal, standard, average dwarf things. And our king agrees, Warm Shadow. Our king agrees. We've given so many gifts to the other factions. And they haven't learned the secrets of peace. It's horrendous. Although now that I have the king in the fort, I really don't want to release Hell. I was also kind of planning on just like releasing Satan. Jesus! You should be really happy, Stone, that you're not doing paperwork for this fort. That's a lot of stuff. Also, something that I think is kind of interesting is we had the goblins bring us tribute. They brought us tribute for about 3 years, and now they just attack us. That's nice, your old client. If King dies, release Satan. I mean, that just sounds like standard order of operations to me. If King dead, release Satan. Yeah. In case of emergency, release demons. That's cheating then. No longer a thoughtful gift. That would be like me getting a key for a video game from a game dev. It's like, here's a copy of my game. Thank you. I don't want to stream it though. Kind of joking. I've certainly received free keys for games that I don't need to stream from devs as thanks for stuff I've done. Always means a lot, actually. This will be my king's tomb. All right. It's got a royal throne room, a royal bedroom. Needs a dining room, a royal dining room. Needs a royal mausoleum. Needs more chests and more cabinets. We're working on it. It's always the chests and cabinets that throw me off about how much they actually need. Eight chests, 9, 10. Okay. Let's put the last two back here. Yeah, I mean, that would be a 20-sided shape would be like a D20, right? Not that it's a simple object to draw, but let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's literally just like a dice. I have a question, Stone. When you draw a character, you always draw them on a white panel, and there's always a ton of space on the top. Why don't you make the character fill the whole image or cut the top off so that it fits and fills up the image instead of having like this small character on this giant white backdrop? Why do you do that? Makes them all look really short. Even if that's like not the effect you're trying to make. All right. Export of slabs is prohibited. All right. Ah, I gotcha. Human caravan has arrived. All right. God, I really want a new mic stand. This one is really starting to bother me. It's probably not a sound that you guys are hearing at all, but this mic stand is infuriating. What can you do, though? Just not super keen on spending hundreds of dollars on a new mic stand. Jess! Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. How we doing, Raiders? Jess, how was your stream today? Twitch booted me offline not once, but 3 times today. Fucking 3 times. Jess, thank you very much. For the 8 months, 3rd month in a row.
Whoa day hi curse lit 10 stroke o stroke. Curse lit whoa day hi kappa.
Stroke oh stroke. What? If you guys don't know Jess, you should go watch Jess. Vlog just put the link in there, but go give Jess a follow. Jess is one of my stream team members and is fantastic. You should definitely go give her a follow. 3 months in a row. 8th time. It's good to have you around. Yeah, no, they booted me offline 3 times. By the 3rd one, I'm just like, man, just too mad to care. Really. Genuinely too mad to care. We are trying, we have a king in our fortress who's a goblin, and we are trying to dig a really long, okay, you can make a dirty joke if you want, shaft down to the magma sea so that we can drop people into it. I mean, who doesn't want to just go full on this is fucking Sparta and kick people over the edge from the surface all the way down to magma? Who doesn't want to do that? So that's what we're working on. And hey, Andy, how we doing? SDV, Super Dive Velocity, Super Derpy Vandals, Steady Dank Vigilance. I don't know what SDV is. Oh, Stardew. People call it SDV? What? Alright. I was pleasantly surprised. My little sister gifted me Stardew Valley because she claims in her Christmas gift message, I am offended that you don't own this. Even after I specifically told her I wasn't interested in it and please don't gift it to me. Super Dirty Vigilantes, yes. Super Dirty Vigilantes is my new Warriors fan game. It's based on the film The Warriors that 3 people have seen. Bumwreck, the Glazer, has created Gamma Thinral, a tall dog leather helmet, and claims it as a family heirloom. This is a tall dog leather helmet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and decorated with dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of brown jasper, milk opal, and sard. On the item is an image of the responsible ambiguity, an adamantine short sword in wolverine leather. On the item is an image of Kerr, Secret Canyons, the hungry head in copper. Kerr, Secret Canyons is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the hungry head in the finger of styling in the year 634? What the fuck? On the item is an image of Moto Curtain-Tick, the goblin and dwarves in granite. Moto Curtain-Tick is speaking with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the impersonation of the goblin Remtar, boulder lulled by the goblin Mato Curtain-Tick before the turquoise of rock in the late autumn of 447. Are you telling me that the reason there's goblins in my faction is a scam? I think it might be. Sounds like a dating game Jesse Cox would be proud of. It sounds like a dating game Jesse Cox would make, actually, Alistair. Apparently, there's a named hungry head in history called Kerr's Secret Homes, the Hungry Head. Secret Canyons. The hell? That exists. Apparently. Not to be confused, of course, with Hungry Hippos. Okay, I have genuine questions. Why is nobody making mechanisms? Like, this dwarf has been trying to make nickel mechanisms and is making nickel mechanisms. Never mind. I have mechanisms now. Okay. I was very confused. I was like, why is nobody making mechanisms? All right. You. Let's connect that. So I can actually dig this down. But yeah, you have a good lurk, Jess. And thanks for hanging out. Actually, no, I don't need coal. It's fine. But also to anybody coming in from the raid, this is Dwarf Fortress. It's an incomprehensible mess to some people. If you have any questions or are confused about what the heck you're looking at, please ask away. If you're curious at all about the game, I'm interested in helping people learn. Steam version is on the way, so that'll be out at some point in the next year or two. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but also at the same time, hopefully once it's done. Don't want them to release anything stupidly early. And we'll go down here. Currently, we're just digging a tunnel to magma, basically. Does that answer your question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, 14-ish. But then I've got some more to do after that. The Flowery Guild. Did I not make you guys a guild hall? I thought I did. I thought I already made them a guild hall, but I guess I forgot. You lost most of the stream day? Oh, because of the internet being stupid? Good win, Peter. Yeah, I getcha. Well, on the bright side, shit'll be archived, right? $67 is a good number. It's a number. Speaking of numbers, we're getting pretty high numbers. That wasn't a very long, relaxing session. Only 2 people entered. That's still a 100% success rate on that investment. Although I feel like a lot of people really swear by 69 when it comes to silly investment numbers. A little bit of lag for obvious reasons. There we go. More or less just fixed itself. Right as I said that. What? Oh, I see. Oh, they just want it grandified. Okay, I think I know where it is. Pretty sure it's this guild. They just want their guild hall to be better. They don't want a they don't need one. They just want a bigger one. A sunny. I like how the Misty Mountain is literally the name of my guild hall. The Misty Mountain. I did not realize that. That's the Sunny Wood. There it is. So we'll just fill you up with statues. Did you blow the bath up? Sounds violent. You know, I know a little bit about Twitch, right? And I feel like a salt bath bomb would be kind of dangerous. We have a new mayor. Stasot. Also is our outpost liaison. Touch Shriek doesn't care, nor does Touch Shriek need anything. Backpacks. Backpack 2. No offense, Bumrick, but our mayor's getting your bedroom. You need another armor stand. And a better dining room. What if I just, like, put this stuff all inside of your dining room, in quotes? Surround it with statues and engrave all the walls. Sounds illegal. It does. 5 dogs, 5 goblins. I want to know what happened in end boards. Everyone seems to have kills in end boards. That it looks good? Yeah, huh? I'm glad that you like the visuals of my stream. The visual ASMR, if you could say. How you doing, Goldpoke? I hope well. That's a hell of a name. What is your full title? I can't actually, it doesn't fit. The gleeful sound of pursued. Persuade? Persuade? 7 notable kills, 1 other kill. Damn. Hmm. Hit up a shops a few hours ago. You're making a nice dinner for each other on New Year's Eve. Good stuff. It's one of the things I miss the most about not living alone was getting to make food with other people or for other people. It's like the most fun I have with food is like making food for other people. Miss that. Make crutches. 2 of 2. Armor stands. All right. Oh, come on. Have you not made armor stands yet? Let's just get rid of rock blocks. Let's get rid of that. Don't need that many coffins. Don't need that many doors. Let's make those armor stands, mechanisms, and beds. I don't know if I want roommates. Maybe one day I'll have roommates. I feel like if I were to have roommates, I would have to get along with the person really well, or I would just kill them. They would always steal your drinks? Yeah, that sounds like a very immature living situation. Hopefully not famous last words. How about this? I already have like 30 something. I currently don't need that many coffins. Will need that many coffins in the future. Currently don't. Ooh, fun. Yeah, no, definitely take that bad boy out for a spin. See what you can do with it. The Flowery Guild has been satisfied. Interrupted by a Crundle. Oh, there's Crundles. That sucks, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't miss any of those roommates. I had friends like who lived like that. I mean, I always go back to one person I used to know who The one person I used to know who I no longer associate with, who put himself about $30,000 into debt and had to keep borrowing money from people he knew, doing nothing but ordering 9 pizzas a week for himself and his roommate. Mostly for himself. And I remember because he would like fucking justify it to us and his friends that it was like, oh, it's actually pretty financially responsible. And we're like, no, it's not. What are you fucking talking about? Like, it's funny, but it's also, like, really fucking sad. Alright, so Kurt is still our mayor, so I have to give this to Kurt. Or still our manager, not our mayor. How much did he weigh? I don't know. Too much? It actually wasn't that large, all things considered, but I don't know how much he weighed exactly, so I couldn't tell you. Not a healthy weight, I'll say that, though. Neil, thanks for those. I'd say about that, yeah, maybe more for me. Well, if it's a large pizza, yeah, easily 2 to 3 lunches and a breakfast or 2. Although I don't really like eating pizza for breakfast. I'd say 2 lunches and 2 dinners for a large pizza for me. Aha. We're getting there. I just want to have this done first, so the whole thing doesn't start dropping dwarves, and then we have to finish the bottom bit and like completely loosen it. It's gonna be a little bit chaotic, but we'll make it work. It's fine. I mean, I've done that, but the problem for me is I have the unique problem of being a type 1 diabetic, so I have to take into account the amount of insulin I need to eat a slice of pizza, which is kind of a lot. So things like pizza suddenly become less viable for a breakfast, regardless of how breakfasty you make it. It's still a slice of pizza with a fuck ton of carbs. And I don't really feel like giving myself more of an injection just to eat pizza for breakfast, which is the reason I've had 1 pizza this year. And probably will almost never eat pizza again, because just like, fuck it, it's just not worth it. Straight up, just not fucking worth it. Well, how about this? Think about it this way. Maybe the people who make interesting looking forts are the ones that do well on YouTube and Twitch, because interesting forts are interesting to look at. I don't like staring at squares. It's literally that. It's that simple. The fuck killed you? Although that dwarf may have been dead there for a while. Oh, you're killed by a yeti. That would do it. I mean, it's a very common thing to do. Orange. Like, it's not like this is a big, weird, unique idea of, you know, putting an egg on pizza. It's a very common thing to do for people, so. I don't know if it's necessarily worth saying it's better than it sounds when it's like, well, I mean, I've done that before. Good night, Animal. It's nice to see your big badge again. I missed it. Shurgs indeed. Although I think that we should, just as a society, stop eating pizza, personally. Just in general. My ass is itchy. Because it's fucking garbage for you. It's normalized as such a common food in the Western world, and it's so fucking bad for you. We as a society should eat more rice. Eat more beans. Eat food that's actually, like, decent for your body. Quit, like, stress testing your body every day by just eating garbage. Yeah, they'll give you a lot of fucking coupons. Doesn't matter if it's fucking affordable. It's trash. You shouldn't eat trash. I'll only eat garbage if they give it to me cheaper. It's still garbage. It's kind of the whole point. Don't eat garbage. It's not good for you. All right. All right. Then continue filling your body with garbage, idler. It only tastes good because you eat it a lot. High sodium trash food just tastes like awful to me these days. Don't understand how anybody could ever eat that shit, especially consistently. It's amazing how much sodium and sugar have addictive properties when you cut them out completely. It becomes obvious after a while. Sure, bonus. But here's the problem with saying that, right? Trash pandas are cute, and people like trash pandas. People go, I want to be trash panda. It's like, no, just learn how to cook. Make cooking a hobby. Take care of yourself. Sugar is most addicting than cocaine. You know, when you make a serious statement like that and fuck up your grammar entirely, it just makes you look like an idiot. You didn't realize that, right? Sugar is most addicting than cocaine. The most addicting. Problem with sugar is people don't think about it. More indeed. I had one on my porch try and steal my snacks once. It was like reaching for my bowl through my apartment sliding glass door, and I was like, what the fuck? There's a raccoon in my apartment. I stood up and it backed out of the door pretty quickly. Also, I realize I have kind of unpopular opinions and kind of radical opinions when it comes to food, but like, just take care of yourselves, chat room. So many people just like throw their health completely aside and just don't care about it. God, I'm trying to think. When was the last time I was actually in a Best Buy? Has to have been at least 5 years. At least 5 years. Because I bought the first one of this mouse I had at Best Buy, which has to have been like 2013. Some migrants, really? Doesn't seem like that many, though. $1,162 booze. Let's make 100 lavish meals. Also, that really sucks that your so-called friends make fun of you for eating unsalted chips. Yeah, I don't know. I really, really hate it when people mock people for eating the healthy option. The Forgotten Beast, Ketha, has come, a towering one-eyed crocodile. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark olive scales are small and overlapping. Beware its deadly dust. That's kind of terrifying. Specifically because small and overlapping. At least it doesn't fly. Let's put the squads down here. It was the only place left at the time and you really hate Best Buy. I'm so sorry that you had to do that. I hope it wasn't too much of a traumatic experience. Okay, my dwarves are already down here. So where is the uninvited guest? Here it comes. Towering one-eyed crocodile chasing poor Faith. Oh boy. Thing throws itself up into the air and it's already dead? What? Whoa, that was quick. The Forgotten Beast. Or, you know, you could just not buy chips. It's also an option. I've been using that option for a while and it's been pretty good. And like not snacking and eating healthy foods. The Forgotten Beast's right front leg takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle. Forgotten Beast's upper body takes the full force of the impact, and it splits into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. It dodged out of the way of my dwarf, jumped into a tree, and fell down and broke its neck. Whelp. Good for you, creature. Besides, though, if I keep talking, I'm just going to piss somebody off, so I should shut the fuck up. This was well fought on behalf of my dwarves. It's a pity none of them actually got the kill, though. There you go. I'm gonna go deal with that last channel so we can continue going down. Because when I talk about chips, I'm exaggerating and joking wildly. Authority? A can of Newcastle? Yeah, I was wondering the exact same thing. Like, is that a beer? Can. It's either a beer or shitty soda. Huh. Well. Good brown beer? A good brown bear? Did you mean to say beer? Because if it's a brown bear, Orange might need to get out of the house. I'm just saying. It's not a Budweiser? I mean, Budweiser isn't a beer. It's like watered down water. It's like beer flavored water. If that. The least beerest of beers. I mean, Budweiser worldwide is the least beer you can buy. Like, honestly, if you're going to drink Budweiser, and this is coming from somebody who doesn't really drink much these days, if you're going to drink a Budweiser, you're better off just having a rum and Coke. I also don't like soda, but, like, you're better off drinking a rum and Coke. I don't like soda, but throwing at Toronto Maple Leafs? See, if for whatever reason, I actually doubt. And the reason I'd say doubt is because that's the only thing that Molson Canadian is good for. The only thing that Molson Canadian is good for is throwing at Toronto Maple Leafs. Budweiser, you'd have to be throwing it at, like, trying to think, like a baseball team or some shitty football team. You know, like maybe not quite like some shitty American football specifically team. Not necessarily Toronto Maple Leafs, because Toronto Maple Leafs, you have to throw a Molson Canadian at them, or that's very unpatriotic. That's too offensive. So go out of your way to find a Molson Canadian and throw that at your TV to break your TV. Man, I miss beer. Thank God weed's legal. The name was on the tip of your tongue? Yeah, fair. There's a shitty dive bar that's permanently closed now that's pretty close to my house that has a gigantic Molson Canadian banner next to it, so Molson pops into my brain relatively frequently. You know what that reminded me of, Authority? Give me a second. I gotta copy paste the thing. There you go. That's what that made me think of. Did you tell him his beer is garbage? Weed has no carbs, this is true. 3 backpacks, and I still need to give my king a dining room. Meeting Mr. Molson was a fundraiser? I mean, I would still tell him that his beer sucks. Excuse me, sir, your beer is terrible. Can I have your autograph? I mean, I went up to the vice president of McDonald's at PAX East and told him that his company is garbage and I hope that they burn to the ground. And then we talked about video games for 30 minutes, and he understood after he heard that I worked in maintenance on the night shift for 8 years. He goes, oh yeah, no, I too would want this company burnt to the ground if I worked for we oddly enough had a lot in common. You know, we had similar work struggles. I already told you what he said in reaction. He agreed. This was at PAX West, not PAX West, PAX East. I still have his business card. Squog, what up? It's good to see you. Okay, fair enough. But it was way after I'd said it on my end. But yes, latency. But yeah, no, it was very much he was there doing talks because supposedly McDonald's in the States sponsors esports teams. So he was there like talking about how gaming is important to the future of young people and yada, 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 yada. And he was, in between his talks, he was hanging out in the lobby at the Westin, and I was hanging around some other friends there. And he ended up in kind of our group of people that were talking. And he was, I shook his hand and I said that I'm like, yeah, I worked for McDonald's of Canada for 8 years on night shift. He goes, oh, and how is that? And I'm like, I want that whole company and McDonald's of America to burn to the fucking ground because I think it's one of the worst organizations I've ever worked for. And he looked at me and goes, yeah, I kind of agree. So it was like interesting. But then again, I also said that once to a rep that I know who works for EA Games. I'm a bad person because like I have a lot of friends who do a lot of really good stuff on the internet and make a lot of really cool shit. But that's the most grandmother gift I've heard of in a while, Orange. I'm sorry. But when a streamer that I know who I'm friends with goes and becomes an EA Games game changer, I lose a little bit of respect for them. Even if it's like a perfectly legitimate reason. It's like, oh, you play a lot of Apex Legends. Fine. It makes sense why you'd go work with EA Games, partner with them. It's like, oh, you do a lot of The Sims. Okay, sure, that makes sense. But I'm still going to lose a little bit of respect for you for like putting that in your Twitter bio and like openly shouting out that you're an EA Games game changer. It's like, fuck that company. Jesus. Get rid of that shit. Kill it. Now I'm never getting a job at EA Games. Good on me. But like, you know what I mean? Fuck that fucking company. Yeah, I mean, I talk shit about McDonald's, but I'm not gonna lie, it has its benefits. Just don't make a habit of it. God, it's about the equivalent of like getting ice cream. You just shouldn't do it very often, if ever, ideally. Although getting a meal at McDonald's is like maybe no worse for you than getting like a venti hot milkshake, coffee, drink, beverage thing from Starbucks. So your whole milk latte, extra sugar McDapper 2000 with extra pumpkin spice is probably worse for you than a McDonald's meal. Yeah, no, totally. I also used to pack lunches. Actually, I mean, I pack lunches for my fucking stream. Just like chips have their benefits. I mean, everything has their benefits, but I will talk shit about things I don't like. I had a Starbucks gift card in my wallet for about 4 years. And then I gave it to somebody. I was like, you want this? You keep it. I was also given a Burger King gift card that was worth $20 for Christmas once. I can't remember what family member gave it to me, but then that part's irrelevant. You know what I did with it? I went on to Craigslist and was like, anybody want to buy a $20 Burger King gift card? I'll give it to you for $15. And somebody bought it in about 10 minutes. And I literally just like walked outside and gave it to the person and walked back inside. They're like, yeah, I'll pick it up on the way home from work. They drove right past my apartment and I just handed it to them and gave me $15 for it. I did that. And you know what? I'm proud of it. Also, how close are we? Getting real close to big drop. Because after we cut through this, Yushat the Carpenter has been possessed. We still have a ways to go. Actually, no, I'll bet you we could probably just knock it down. Claims Carpenter's Workshop. Best of luck, Dwarf. I mean, that's apples and oranges. Orange. You can't really compare the two. I mean, Starbucks has plenty of things that are perfectly edible and perfectly drinkable. Their dark roast is okay. Their blonde roast is okay. I just don't really go to Starbucks because I've got better coffee shops around. It's like when there's a Starbucks and then 2 privately owned and then like a local chain, I would go to the other 3 over Starbucks, and they're all close enough here that like I'm spoiled for choice. But if I was like somewhere where there was no other coffee shops and the only coffee shop was a Starbucks and there wasn't a pandemic going on and I was actually going to places like that, yeah, I'd go to a Starbucks and I'd drink a tall blonde probably. Coffee's coffee at that point. It's better than 7-Eleven coffee. Although the best thing I've ever had from Starbucks is this. It's a venti travel mug. It was a Christmas gift from a couple of years, or a birthday gift from my ex a couple of years ago. It's kind of great. It keeps my coffee hot. I've never actually put Starbucks coffee in it. Now, what I don't understand are people who like buy Starbucks brand coffee. It's like, really? That I don't understand. Like at all. Caravana arrived. Yeah, let's try and do the big cave-in today, and then tomorrow we'll do the big finale. Still burns your tongue? David's Tea is a brand I've got a lot of problems with. David's Tea puts way too much sugar in their teas. Bothers me. Oh god, I am not a fan of Tim Hortons. Yeah, I agree with you there, Orange. 7-Eleven coffee isn't even good enough to be called best. There's one acceptable reason to drink 7-Eleven coffee, and that's because you're going to pour a bunch of alcohol into it. I mean, they have a rooibos blend called Birthday Cake King in David's Tea, which literally has cupcake sprinkles in it. Cupcake sprinkles in the tea. That dissolves into the tea. Fucking cupcake sprinkles. Like, what the fuck are you even doing? Man, we're so close. Uh-oh. This whole thing isn't about to cave in, is it? Dwarf begins a mysterious construction. Uh-oh. Ooh, no, it's not about to cave in. But I could cave it in. Pretty easily. Alright, well... Surprised nobody's fallen. Okay. Actually, what am I doing? Wrong layer. I mean, at this point in my life, like, if I'm not out and about ever long enough to really need to get something and I realize I'm in a weird position, right? Like, I work from home. I don't drive, so I'm never out on the go. I never really need to go to a place like Tim Hortons, so I could probably functionally go the rest of my life without ever going to a Tim Hortons or a McDonald's or anything like that ever again. Functionally, like, I wouldn't do it for enjoyment. It's not something that gives me pleasure. So why would I go out of my way to do that? So I don't know. I really have like nothing to add to this conversation anymore. It's more or less just like, Orange, you're just kind of talking to yourself about this. I don't see the point in me like dividing apples and oranges between things I hate. Can we talk about something else? Like literally anything else. I hate the food service industry, and I hate this fast food service industry, and I hate the cheap food service industry almost as much as I hate the fast fashion industry. It's like, can we talk about something that just isn't like... Yo, I'd rather have this garbage over this garbage. It's still garbage. How about this? Stop talking about food, please. As a type 1 diabetic, food means injections, stabbing my fingers, and hurting myself. And often shitty blood sugars or unexpected changes in my blood sugars, which makes me feel like garbage. So can we not talk about things that make me feel like garbage? Unless you like me feeling like garbage, in which case I'll ban you and we can move on with our lives. I just don't want to talk about food. I don't like pets. I don't want to talk to you anymore. That's about it. Cabinet, King can have it. Then we'll put a table in here, make that into your dining room. Here comes all of those armor stands. I need to make a slab. What do you want? Backpacks?
Madness. Stoned hobo.
Yeet. TLDR, everything sucks. How are we doing today? I'm okay. My brain's all over the fucking place today, though. It's like I'm okay, and then I'm not, and then I'm okay, and then I'm not, and then I'm okay, and then I'm not, and then I'm okay, and then I'm not. It's like... I don't like my brain. So why does everything suck for you, Hobo? On this particular day, if I can ask. I'm trying to drop a lot of stone into lava, so that's fun. And you got no wood inside your fort? Time to dig. Get down to some cavern layer stuff. Which is what I had to do in this fort. Wait, what? The fuck is supporting this? Really? That is wild. Being supported by, like, nothing. Let's use blocks for that. Answer that question for yourself. You're smart. You can do that. Because if you think about what I do for a living for about 10 seconds, it'll the response will be obvious to you. It's one of those like essentially what you're asking is, do you want a large influx of traffic when the Steam version comes out? Of course I do. So of course I'm going to use it. Duh. It's a no-brainer. Of course I will. Will I use that tile set forever, though? Probably not. I'll eventually switch back to some variation on this one. Also, I'm glad you're having a good day, Hobo. You should throw something at them, IHQMD. Like, nothing hard that could hurt them, but like enough that they get the point. That sucks, though. I'm suddenly just like imagining drunk football hooligans outside your house. An egg. Don't throw a perfectly good egg at a perfectly moronic drunk. It's a waste of a good egg. Eggs are worth more than drunks. Come on. Another like sentiment I've seen from my Steam version news updates that I think is kind of interesting is I know people who are trying to get into the game right now instead of the Steam version because they want to learn the ASCII version and don't want to be made fun of for using ASCII or not being able to afford the Steam version, which I hadn't even thought of. Actually, that's a good way to startle something. Wild Pig, what's up? I really hope that this caves in. If it doesn't, I will be super sad. Turns out caving stuff in takes forever. That's something you can afford to lose. Yeah. Season 9 of Scrubs is certainly something you could throw at them. KK Bailey. Cheers for the lurks. Fort's going pretty alright. Yeah, no, people will be elitists about literally anything. You know how I kind of read that IHQMD? I read that in the, like, I can give you 10 cents and 15 peanuts and a nail in exchange for that iPod kind of thing. That's kind of how I read it in that voice. It's kind of funny. It's like, well, I have what do I have that I could throw at these drunks? An amplifier, some earbuds, an Xbox controller. Also, don't throw the amplifier. Whatever you do, do not throw the amplifier. That's very important. I mean, don't throw anything at the drunks, but if they stay too noisy, you can always call the police. Noise disturbance. Depending on what part of town you live in, of course. You have to unplug it first. Yeah, okay, fair. And I can understand not wanting to throw something because you have to unplug it first. It's a perfectly legitimate reason to just not throw it at somebody. Man, Steam really wants me to buy Balloons TD6. It's like, similar to games you like. I'm like, well, I mean, not really, but I guess like, kinda. I'm happy I don't really have to interact with the public very often. I'll put it that way. Could throw a Wiimote at them. But like, what if you want to play Wii Sports with grandma? I actually own a Wii, believe it or not. I don't have a TV that it'd work with, but I do have a Wii. Here's the thing, right? I'm fucking craving social interaction right now. Like I've said on stream a couple times, I can't, like, legitimately the main reason I can't wait for this fucking pandemic to be over is so that hookup culture can be a thing again, because goddamn, I just want to go outside and have human interactions with people. So fucking tired of just, like, not being able to do anything. It's driving me insane. Pinball bar? Yeah, I could see that. I miss my heavy metal bars and the punk venues that I would go to. Although there's a show that's supposed to happen in September with Dark Tranquillity and a bunch of other bands that are pretty fucking good. And I'm looking at that going, if that happens in September, that's far enough away that like I could reasonably see that happening. I really want to go see that. It bit through your like the cable or the sensor? Birds are pretty real, last I checked. Yeah, I want to go into the city, browse record shops, buy a coffee, sit in public. That's all I want to fucking do. It's not too crazy a set of things to ask to do. Metroid Prime Trilogy 2, Super Mario Galaxy, Xenoblade Chronicles. Yes, I mean at least one of those is a good game. So I mean, there's a good enough variety there that somebody's gonna find entertainment out of anything in that list. So yeah, maybe like don't throw your Wii at them, but like you know, do what you gotta do. In times like these, you may need to throw something at somebody. Any goals for next year stream-wise? Support me on Patreon. I want to get my Patreon up to $1,000 a month. If I can do that, I will get rid of the... Oh, hey, there's a ghost. Hey, there's a ghost! It's a ghostly miner. Probably one of the ones that fell into the lava. If I can get my Patreon up to $1,000 a month, I will turn off all of the... all of my, like... goals. So there will be no sub goal on the stream. There will be no bit leaderboards and any of that shit. I will leave hype trains on because people find those fun, but I will get rid of all of the pressures on my stream to throw money at me. But I'm quite far away from $1,000 a month on Patreon, so. Basically, my goal is to keep the stream crowdfunded and focus more on crowdfunding over sponsorships. I will occasionally still do sponsorships, but I just want to focus on... because you want the emotes. Emotes are pretty good for DF too. But yeah, that's what I want. I want, or that's my big goal for next year, is to focus more on crowdfunding and less on Twitch garbage. By Twitch garbage, I mean like the way Twitch is operating in 2020. I want to kind of go against the grain a little bit with the way a lot of other streams operate, which is maybe a really bad idea, but we'll see. Go for next year. Keep the stream running. Keep the stream running and move the funding a little bit more over in the direction of Patreon. I mean, to me, the most impressive thing to me about this year is the fact that I'm still here and doing this full time. Look at the games I stream and then think about how ridiculous it is that I'm able to do this full time, pay all my rent, cover my bills, and have enough left over that I can afford a record or two a month. That's crazy. Like, absolutely fucking crazy. And one guy donated 100 tier 1 subs. I know somebody who's done close to that. Yeah, don't throw the glass. Just throw the water in the glass at them. You don't want to, like, get an assault charge for yelling at drunks. I'm with Hobo here on this one. You just subbed on the Patreon. Damn! Did you know? I don't even have an email about it. That's how recently you did. Damn! You didn't even go for the year. Shit. Well, you know what? I mean, okay. Fair. I owe you, sound commands. Also, my goals for the year is to get 75,000 subscribers. And, no, I'm kidding. I mean, I don't know. I mean, my big goals for this next year are to become... There's a pretty big difference between, I think, the way a lot of streams are funded and the direction I want to go. And this isn't knocking the way a lot of people run their streams. But a lot of people kind of operate in the make money now and in spiky ways, you know, like hype trains happen, large people get excited, then streamer makes money. And that's a pretty viable way to make money. I want to quietly make money, if that makes sense. Like, that might sound weird, but like, hear me out for a second here. I want my stream to be financially viable, but I want to just be quietly financially viable. I don't want my broadcast to ever be all about the money, you know? Like when the streamer has to do relatively frequent subathons to keep its stream going. I'm actually kidding about it now. They left 5 minutes ago. Well, that's good. I'm glad that they left 5 minutes ago. But still, throw a glass of water at them. I like it when a stream can just be about the stream. I just want to be able to produce my content and not worry about... Why are we yelling at me? Are you one of the drunks, Kenny? Like, I just want to be able to produce my show, stream, and do this for a living relatively comfortably without having to worry about pressuring people into giving me money. Like, I'll be honest with you, right now I'm looking at that leaderboard and going, all right, we got to fill that. Screwdrivers are tasty. Just don't screw that driver too much, okay? Drink water. Or juice. One of the two. With your screwdrivers, of course. I don't want to have to feel the need to be like, if 2 subs pop off at once, to state, yo, if 1 more person subs, that's a hype train. Like, I don't ever want to feel the need to have to do that. I don't want to have tip goals on the stream. I don't want to push people into throwing money at me. I feel like the end game goal, and this should be the end game goal for most streams in my opinion, is to be able to just kind of passively make enough money that if someone decides to tip you, that's a bonus. And that's where I want to get my stream to. Will I realistically get there? I don't think so. I don't think I have a big enough audience to get to the $1,000 a month on Patreon to be able to turn all that stuff off. I don't think I have a big enough audience to do that right now. but we'll see over the next year, you know? Like I know people who stream who never have to have any of that stuff up there. And I hope that I can get to that point. You know, I'm very fortunate that I'm able to live alone and stream full time. Not a lot of people get to be in that position. That's an incredibly privileged position. And someone just fell. I'm not entirely certain why. Did that dwarf just... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Goodbye, dwarf. You were gone. Very much so. Well. Thank you very much, Orange, for gifting a sub to K. Bailey. Cheers. Why are you falling? Well, goodbye, dwarf. Belug. You were a good dwarf. I'm not entirely certain why people keep falling here. They shouldn't be. But bits keep falling. Oh, I know why bits keep fucking falling. I'm an idiot. Oh, there go all of my miners. I feel kind of bad. I just dumped way too many dwarves into the lava. And now I need more miners. The dots represent open space. So it's a huge hole that goes down to lava. Yes. I thought I was doing this safely, but clearly I wasn't. You know what's better than a screwdriver and a sub? Friends. Screwdriver and a sub sounds like something you'd hear someone utter in a, like, BDSM situation. Subs and screwdrivers. Subs and Screwdrivers is also my new punk band, by the way. There you go, knocking stuff down. So I don't actually know if this is going to work. Well, I mean, I was more necessarily thinking, like, screwdrivers is in the beverage, but sure. Like, actual fucking screwdrivers, sure. All right. So I should be able to do this now. I don't know if this is actually going to work. But man, if it does. I will be very happy. Who's ready for potentially really big explosion? Potentially. So why did I dump my dwarves into lava? They knocked themselves into lava. I just was being a little silly because I'm tired and not paying the most attention. So that I could do this. We'll see if it works. And it didn't. Oh, and I know exactly why it didn't. Because I'm an idiot. It's okay. I forgot to disconnect the entrance. They have terrible survival instincts? Yes. Their survival instincts are not great. Also, Orange, thank you very much for gifting a sub to K. Bailey. K. Bailey, enjoy those stupid skulls and ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. It would help if I, like, deconstructed the little... Yeah, see, these are all the dwarves that are now missing. Who have mysteriously vanished. Does this have to do with the magma sea I found? Yes. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is I'm channeling out a large chunk. Basically, I'm digging a tunnel from the surface all the way down to the magma sea at the bottom of the map, right? So that I can drop visitors into the magma sea as guests to the elder gods. Gifts to the elder gods, rather. So that's what we're doing. That is the intent here. Yes. Let's try this again. All right, streamer needs to take a real quick toilet break, and then we will see if I can actually cave this in. BRB. And he's bestowed the name on a buckler. Cool. Not that I really care. I mean, some dwarves just really want to go for a swim in magma. Can you really blame them? It's cozy in there. All right, so that's all set up. Perfect. Let's get this deconstructed. And there's one other thing I got to get deconstructed first. This. Shout outs to that ghost. Do I have cave-ins disabled? No, actually I don't. Have you not seen all the cave-ins from today? Also, can I just say I really like the line of I'd rather just stick to rope and name calling. It's like, yeah, it's not too far off. All right. Let's try this again. Come on. Come on. What is holding you up? Is that something physical? It's an ohm. Okay, well that can't be holding it up. Um, are common for sounding? I'm confused, Hobo. What? What do you want about Hobo? Trying to figure out. What is holding this up? There's nothing beneath that, so what could be holding it up? Oh, okay. No, I know what you mean. Yes, they are. Stick a dildo on a drill. And also, yeah, probably. I think I know what's holding it up. I mean, I've seen that Japanese porn. Great. Don't hurt yourself. not, it's called. Oh no, Hobo, you're supposed to maintain order and peace. You're a mod. God, who the fuck mods such horrible people? Like, jeez. This is a Christian stream, Hobo. Didn't you get the memo? Who needs mods? I mean, you know, when you put it like that. You okay there, Dwarf? Mostly. I hope so. You're sleeping. Somebody... Oh, there you are. Yeah, you're fine. I'm literally just trying to figure out, like, what's holding all this stuff up. Because there's all this spattered cavern shit that's awful. I mean, it can't have been that, because the whole thing should fucking cave in. Shit. Accurate. Uh-oh. Game's saving. Nope. There's definitely something under them. But there is nothing under them that I can see. But there's definitely something holding them. I'm trying to figure out what's supporting them. Gravity in DF is interesting sometimes. Superman? Yeah, maybe. It's like there's just like the Incredible Hulk somewhere just like holding the whole thing up. No, we don't have any Batman. I did have... there are some firemen at the bottom of this, though. They live in the lava. No Batman, though. Although if I did see a Batman, I'd be real quick to let you know. Just remember that their parents are dead. Their parents are dead! I've never actually seen a Spider-Man in DF. I love how Hobo has a nicer, like, mic arm than I do. Hobo, you have the mic arm I want. I want your mic arm. I'm jealous. You know, I don't actually think I've ever had Uncle Ben's. Like, in my entire life ever. Annual tribute from the elves, and they probably just... no, they're actually bringing it in. What is this madness? They don't ever do that. Well, that caved in. Trying to figure out what the fuck is supporting all of this. There's got to be like one block somewhere that's just supporting everything. I think I found it. Pretty certain it's this. I buy rice in 5-kilogram bags, so yeah, I'm with you there. I did once, one cherry wood mail shirt. Thanks, elves, for your generous contribution. By the way, for those of you who missed it, we do have our faction's king in the fortress, and it is a goblin. A goblin with a dwarf name and dwarven culture, which I think is very interesting. This might make the whole thing cave in if this is actually what's holding it up. Do I still have prisoners? Yeah, technically. Well, I mean, it caved in, but wasn't really what I... If anybody spots the piece that's holding this whole thing up, please do let me know, because I'm just kind of throwing dwarves at the wall now. We're playing lemmings almost more than DF. I'm just, like, at a loss at what is holding this fucking thing up. Like, nothing should be. Oh, I found it. It's right there. Found it. Layer 26 is our culprit. Knocking all kinds of dwarves into the lava, trying to figure out what's supporting this fucking thing. And it's this layer. Found it. I feel kind of bad. Kind of don't. I feel like the dwarves feel the need to get the project done sooner because the king is in the fortress. All right, let's go back. We'll build that. Let's deal with these ghosts. I love how I had 2 different Edzels die. That we might actually need to hide from. The Bronze Colossus, Zagod Manodgarar. Relon Thoreth has come. A gigantic magic statue of bronze. And bent on mayhem. Yeah, dwarves, get inside. Lure him to the lava? I have no way of doing that right now, unfortunately. What is it fighting with? Oh, giant coyotes. Apparently we have giant coyotes in this fort. Today I learned. We'll just let the bronze colossi hang out up there for a little bit. Please close that door. Anybody? Guys? Oh, that's the first cavern layer. Never mind. Where's the right lever? Right, it's up here. Somebody please go pull that lever before the bronze colossus runs in. There we go. We'll just let that bronze colossus hang out outside for a little bit. I'll probably catch him in a cage trap, actually. That's probably what I'll do with him. And throw him in the lava. Because, you know, what else are you going to do? Throw him in the river! I mean, I don't have a river, so throw him in the lava! Also, echoing Wild Peak's comment on what do I hope to have happen in the next year for this stream. I just want to still be here this time next year, still doing this full time. That's the main goal. Be here, streaming, full time, same time next year. If I can pull that off, we're doing pretty okay. Also, Peak, you can use sound commands now, by the way. Added your name to the list. Also got you added to the patron credits list. So your name will be in the credits of my YouTube videos.
No,
And you can do what Peter just did.
No! No!
All right, well, since that's set, I can go down to this layer and get rid of this. Someone should add that as a sound clip and send it to him literally this year. I mean... Okay, now here's the more important question. Why didn't that work? Hold on. What did I do wrong? Let's try this again. I like how I tell you that it should work and then it doesn't. Try it now. I refreshed it.
Cheese for everyone!
Another downwards ramp? I mean, there's those two too. So there's that, which I'm working on, and then there's those two right there, which I'm also going to work on next. Which is probably the ones you were talking about, right? Everything's breaking. Sub icon's gone. Twitch telling me to run multiplayer ads. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Yeah, no, that's just Twitch chat lagging, is all it is. The Twitch chat servers lag from time to time. It kind of sucks. Multiplayer ads, yeah. They're basically significantly more invasive ads that are way longer that even people who are supposed to have ad-free viewing see. And you have no option but to see them. And then you... Oh, hey! A dwarf claimed a magma forge. Excellent. Hopefully you go make something cool, dwarf. Fey mood. And then you have to do... after you're done watching the ad, you have to fill out a... Everybody at the same time fills out a survey for the ad, and then I get paid based off of the number of people that fill out the surveys. But I think that the whole system is fucked because you, as a subscriber, should not see an ad on my stream ever, let alone, you know, that. And I get a notification on my dashboard every 15 minutes to show one to you guys. And I've been getting it for the last 14 days. And I've sent 2 support tickets asking Twitch to stop it. I need to pour more coffee. And I've never shown one. Don't ever plan on it. Even if it would probably make me a couple dollars for every one I do. I'm totally fine with voluntary ads. Like, if you want to go watch ads for bits, that's totally fine. All right. Now we just wait for dwarves to finish mining all this stuff out. But yeah, sound command should work for you now, Pig. But no, my big hope is that with the YouTube channel gaining traction the way it has been, if it keeps going at the rate it's going, I should be okay for a while. Giant mountain goats getting beaten up by a bronze colossus, eh? Bronze colossi are pretty rare too. Like, that's actually really cool to see. It's been a little bit since I've seen one. Be cool if like a dragon or something showed up, then we could have a dragon and a bronze colossus on the same map. I know for a fact there's dragons alive in this map. Yeah. It is pretty damn nice. It's like $60 in ad revenue. Although ad revenue is like 3 times what it normally is because Christmas, but Christmas, Boxing Day, all that. There's more advertising money than the rest of the year right now. It's actually worth it for me to make those news videos now, financially. It's worth the time I put into them now. It's worth waking up 2 hours early and refreshing my email until the news drops. Speaking of, I wonder if they're going to have a news update on Thursday, which is the 31st, because they always do. I should poke Kit Fox and ask, because the news updates are always on the are always on Thursdays. So I wonder if they're going to do one on the 31st. Should poke their community manager and ask, be like, oi, is it too much to ask if you guys are going to have a news update on that day? I want to know if I need to get up early or not. Should probably give this to my king. There we go. King is actually happy. Dwarf continues digging. There you go. So I think this should be the last of it. This is the last little bit that was supporting it. So now my support up top should end this, and sacrificing all of my miners wasn't worth it. But yeah, no, I very much operate under the theory that I want my stream to be as ad-free as possible. I'm kind of okay with pre-roll ads because I understand that, like, Twitch needs to make money, and Twitch needs their advertising dollars.
to maintain appealing to Amazon, and I get that. But pre-rolls are about where my tolerance for that shit begins and ends. It's like, if you want to get around pre-rolls, subscribe to the stream, or figure out a way to ad block them. I don't really care. I honestly think that any other advertising outside of that is too much advertising and kind of a breach of privacy, in my opinion. I will occasionally stream sponsored games. Like, if a developer wants to pay me to play their video game, I'm okay with doing that in specific situations with certain types of games if they fit the stream. But outside of that, I don't have any desire to show random ads on the stream. All right. Fingers crossed, chat. Round of beers. Let's hope that this causes a massive cave-in. Let's hope. Nope. Nope. Not there. Not there. I don't know. Like, I'm still kind of at a loss. I don't actually know what's supporting this. The other ramp directly below the one I channeled. What other ramp? Because I channeled 2. I'm not sure what layer you're talking about. There's that one in the bottom corner, but it's diagonal, so that wouldn't be a problem. It's a diagonal. Diagonal doesn't hold. So, like, this wouldn't hold the whole thing up. Yeah. What am I missing here? No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Let's actually add another 3 hours onto that box fan. Twitch booted me offline around 3 hours in. It's got to be down at the bottom. It's got to be this area, because this area is a fucking mess. Yeah, I don't know. Are there explosives? No. There's no explosives in DF, aside from exploding alcohol. If alcohol gets superheated in a barrel, it'll explode. If there were explosives, you'd think I'd be using them, no? No, there's no gunpowder or explosions or bombs in DF of any kind. Not really the level of technology that DF represents. These stalactites are really hard to tell. Where they're connected to.
Not you, is it? Might be.
Four plus 3 equals me, or something something.
Thank you, Carlo, for keeping that sub alive for a 43rd month. Cheers. Seriously, man. Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive. How you been, man? How's your holiday been? Hope it's been good. You are the 3rd person to re-up for a 43rd month. And one of the only people from the original, like, first few days as subscribers still going. There's not a lot of you guys left, so thank you. Oh my god, it's not that, is it? Might be that. I think that's the last piece I missed. Yeah, there's a few founders. A lot of them are hiding their badges, though. Audio Coaster in chat is a founder. Stoned Hobo's a founder. Just to name 2 who are active. Sinfield, who was here earlier, who resubbed. Who subs on and off with Prime, is a founder. No, there's not a lot of you left, no. Eggman's a founder. He was here yesterday. Or he resubbed yesterday. My first ever subscriber still has an active subscription going. Yeah, so there's quite a few of them. Quite a few. I think Bellinaire is technically a founder, but he doesn't show his founder's badge. Cringer's a founder, but he doesn't show his founder's badge. I've got a few who just hide their founder's badge. I mean, when you're given the option between a founder's badge and a fucking dapper Scully with a wizard hat, basically anybody with the 43-month sub is probably a founder who's just hiding it. I kind of wish I could customize founders badges because I think they suck. Personally. Not a huge fan of them. Yeah, I don't like it either. If I could customize it, I'd be super down. I really wish I could make a custom founders badge. Like, I'm imagining just a layer 23? At the top. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see anything here that hasn't been mined out. I don't see it. The thing is, though, like, founders badges, there's only, like, what, 15 of them are given out, right? Because I think I got 40 subs on my first day. And this is before sub gifting, right? Misread the layer. Oh, it's all good. Oh, there it goes. And there goes that dwarf who just jumped onto it. Dwarf, you're going for a ride. The game's frozen. Not responding. Yup. That did it. Oh no, not Zort! We lost Zort! Anybody else go down with the fire? Just Zort. Well, way to go out in style, Dwarf. Oh boy. Oh boy. Actually, I got a sub button with the very first run of affiliates that got sub buttons. I wasn't a partner back then. I would have been a partner if they had the partner requirements that they have now back then, but oh my god. I only lost one dwarf in that. Smoke, dust, and spraying lava. And so now, as all of the lava settles down here, because that's what it's doing, is settling, it's going to spill over the edge because I just dropped a lot of rock in there, and all of that rock is melting and adding to the lava, which is going to catch this whole layer on fire for a bit. Yeah, no, totally. The thing didn't follow. He jumped in and stamped a couple times, and then it fell off. I mean, there was that hot, like that split second right when it happened where he just jumped onto the ride. Oh, no, I lost a few dwarves, actually. We've lost 3. So, this hole in the middle of the fortress goes straight down to the magma sea now. Also, I just got a request from Twitch to show a multiplayer ad. No, I won't. Neil, how you doing? Speaking of Founders Badges, there's one. So now we have to do a very important ceremony, chat. Let's make that into a garbage dump. And go down to this layer right here. Get rid of that. Fly up to here. And you see all of these cages with creatures in them. Troglodytes and various other critters. Goblins and the like. Well, it's time to sacrifice them, of course. Your YouTube channel is still my go-to viewing for editing, Neil, if you didn't know. How this looks in Stone Sense? I'll see if I can remember to chuck it up on Discord tonight, and then you guys can have a look. Because I don't even have an install with Stone Sense installed right now. But yeah, no, this is just a giant pit that goes down to the magma sea. So this is layer 4, and that goes all the way down to the magma sea. And this, right here, is a troglodyte in a cage. Goodbye. It's pretty good, isn't it? I think it's pretty good. Many dwarves were hurt in the making of that tunnel, but worth it. And it's still overflowing. Holy fuck. Look at all of that lava. It's a pretty badass fort, not gonna lie. Pretty badass fort. I can see why the king came to the mountain home. Apparently there's fluffy Wambler remains. Those must be spawning, like, on the surface. Where's the magma sea proper? Down here. That's the actual magma sea. And I'll bet you that right there is where you go to hell. That's the portal to hell right there. That's the magma sea proper. I mean, that's not quite what we did. That would be all the way down here. We're right there, which is pretty far south. I don't really care to do stuff like that because I'd rather go for a more interesting spot. Have gifts been given to the Lord of Lava? I mean, a bunch of my dwarves have. Does that count? But we do have the hole finished. Oh no, a dwarf has gone berserk. Well, that's unfortunate. I was a bit busy. Ooh, 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 ow! That's a lot of blood. Shit. Well, it looks like Kib, the furnace operator, is winning, so that's good. Go, Kib. Keep beating him. Oh no! I can't send the military down or it'll cause a bad. But good job, Kib. Is your dwarf alive? Good question. I've lost track of how many have died, I'll be honest. You were in the military, right? Yeah, so yeah, no, you're relatively safe. The problem is there's a bronze colossus on the front porch, which is currently running around punting like wolverines and stuff. So what I really need to do is I need to do like this. And do a, you know, let's actually make this look a little cooler. Let's do like a channel there. Call it like a secret, in quotes, entrance. To like right there. And then put a cage trap in there. Bring the bronze colossi in this way. That's what we're gonna have to do. You'll wrestle him, lay you at him? How about we catch him in a trap and chuck him in the lava? How's that sound? Seems like a worthy sacrifice to me. Oh no, the game just froze. I don't know what I did, but the game didn't like it. I wonder if it's all of this stuff I'm dropping into lava. Ah, it's fine. Game sorted its shit out. I usually spend a good hour preparing carefully. Dug down one layer and the ice collapsed. Yeah. Sounds pretty funny, though. That's very dwarfy. I'm not gonna lie. Orange. So, I lied. Today is not the final day of this fortress. Tomorrow is going to be the final day of this fortress. I've lied twice in a row now, and I feel kind of bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I feel kind of bad. I'm like, I've overdone this fortress, I think, but worth it, you know? Like, look at all of this extra dumb stuff we've gotten out of it. Just one more day. One more day. Before chucking the whole cavern in there, I mean, I've only got 2 more layers to dig out, which are just ice layers, so those will be easy to dig out. It's literally, whoa, what the heck? Windows. The fuck? Ba-da-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-dum. No, the cake is a lie. No, only eat all the malware. All of the malware. Plop down a little cage trap right there. King's ended a mandate. Oh no, we're probably in trouble. Make crutches. The cake is definitely a lie, yeah. It's the one thing that we know for truth about video games is that the cake is definitely a lie. I mean, he's probably just putting all my dwarves into prison left and right, so. I haven't had cake in a while. I've had pie relatively, like the other day I had pumpkin pie. I was putting pumpkin pie in my oatmeal for a few days, which was actually really nice. Just take a slice of pumpkin pie and just like stir it, mash it into your oatmeal. It's very tasty. Oh my god. Between today and my night stream last night, I've streamed 11 hours and 15 minutes today, technically. Technically, today I streamed it for 11 hours and 15 minutes. I didn't actually get a birthday cake this year. True story. I didn't get any kind of cake for my birthday. I'm just seeing this Wolverine just running by. Also, happy birthday, K. Bailey. Even if it's belated or early or whatever. I think you said it was a late birthday cake, so. At a discount price, and you're like, fuck yeah, fair. You're like, this is mine and going in my belly right now. What kind of cake would I have for my birthday? Honestly, these days, probably angel food cake. With a lot of fruit on it. Something with a lot of that, or just like a vanilla cake with a lot of fruit on it. Something like that. I mean, pie is not cake. You said pie. You didn't say pie or cake. If you gave me the option of pie, I definitely would have said lemon meringue. Portioning size is much better. Yeah, that's fair. I respect that. I like a good portion sizing. You're a key lime pie kind of guy? I've never liked key lime. I've had key lime pie a couple of times. I don't know. It's not for me. I've grown to dislike cake. I dislike shitty cake. And there's a lot of shitty cake. I would rather have no cake than shitty cake. You like carrot cake? I also like carrot cake. I also like a cakey loaf. Like a lemon loaf, which is basically a fucking cake. Like, come on, like let's be real here. Lemon loaves are basically a fucking cake. I'll take a lemon loaf. I will fuck up a lemon loaf if you give it to me. Well, I mean, effort where effort's due, but why not just like read a recipe? Also, cheesecake is real fucking good, but not good for a birthday cake. It's not a birthday cake. Don't want to put candles on a cheesecake. That's a waste of a good cheesecake. I don't like cherry. So those I like everything else about Black Forest cake. I don't like cherry on cake. Chocolate and cherry is not a flavor group I dislike. I like. That whipped icing? You mean like the stuff that you always get at the stores that they shape into the shape of flowers and shit? Yeah, I also hate that shit. And prep for your birthday? Well, happy early birthday. I really need to go to the grocery store tonight. You know what I haven't had in a while? Meat that isn't turkey. Before turkey, I haven't had any meat in like weeks. I need to go to the grocery store and just buy me a steak or something. It's been about a month since I've had some red meat. Come on, Bronze Colossi. I love that there's just a dead dwarf out here. I like cherries. I just don't like cherry sauce, and most Black Forest cakes have cherry sauce. My older sister always loved Black Forest cake and always had Black Forest cake for her birthday, and I never wanted any of her cake on her birthday. I've got plenty of potatoes. Gross. In regards to well done. I'm generally like a weekday vegetarian these days. Like most days of the week, I don't eat any meat. The only reason I've been eating meat is because mom gave me like half a turkey. But generally, I don't really eat meat. It's just keeps longer. All right. You know, I think we will catch and sacrifice this bronze colossi tomorrow, Chad. Let's just block that off right now so I don't forget. And call it for today. I don't think I have another game in me. I have streamed a lot today. And I need to go to the grocery store. So I'm going to go do that. I think the post office is still open, and if it is, I should go there and pick up a package. If it's not, then I should just go to the grocery store. But tomorrow we will be dumping shit into the lava. Yeah. And then the day after that is Getting Over It 2020. Should I do a subathon? I kind of would have to like cap it off at about 16 hours though. Is that worth it? Or should I just stream for 16 hours? I don't know. What do you think, chat? So every Bailey, every New Year's Eve since Getting Over It has come out, I've streamed Getting Over It for the entirety of the day. It's become a little bit of a tradition. So every New Year's Eve, I stream Getting Over It. I've never gotten over it, but I find that game to be oddly calming because I think I'm a broken person. It's really fucking hard, and I'm really fucking bad at it, but it's really fucking relaxing. Yeah. Which I know sounds contradictory, but it's true. Yeah, I did. Not on stream, though, Pizza. Not on stream. I'll be honest, I got some comments on the YouTube videos that made me not want to stream that game for a little bit. But I could do some of that on New Year's. We could do some Creeper World after we're done with that shit, depending on how long we go. I could totally do some custom maps for New Year's or Creeper World. That could be fun. But to-do list for the next couple of days or next week or so, I really need to try out that new update for Ultima, Ratio Regum. That needs to happen. Although I want to mess around with it off stream for a little bit first, just so I kind of remember the hotkeys and shit. Because that game doesn't exactly have tutorials. So, but I'd like to play a little bit of that. I need to continue that Caves of Cud run that I started, which is off to a really good start. So we need to get back to that Esper run at some point. Which I wanted to do tomorrow, but maybe we can do that tomorrow night. Depends on how long we go tomorrow. All that being said, though, what happens if I beat Getting Over It? Well, then we get over it again. It's not like Getting Over It ends when you beat it. You beat it and you start over. You get over it. Oh, you're going to tell me to stream Roller Coaster Tycoon, right? Dude, you got a Parkitect stream this year. Do you have to do that? Do you have to do that? Need assistance with what? If I can ask. Oh, you mean with the cauldron and the hammer? Is Getting Over It holding you at gunpoint? No, I genuinely enjoy Getting Over It. I swear to God, there's no irony or jokes there. I just genuinely like playing Getting Over It. But that being said, isn't very fun to watch. Watch yourself, sir. That's the only reason this stream exists. What am I? A person with a lot of patience for hard games. But anyway, thank you to everybody who's hung out today. If you enjoy the shit I do, all of my VODs are up on my YouTube channel as well as lore videos and news. And if you want to support me and the shenanigans I do directly, I have a Patreon. My goal for 2021 is to get it up to $1,000 a month, and then I will get rid of the sub goal and all the leaderboards on the stream and just stream. Just not worry about it, because at that point I wouldn't need to. So that's something that I'm working towards. Also, worth noting, if you support the stream for a whole year via Patreon, from now until the 1st of January, you get a 15% discount per month. Granted, that does come out of my cut, so keep that in mind. But after the 1st of January, year-long subscriptions are going to go down to an 8% discount. So, although I will do the occasional sale. I think maybe on my birthday I'll do a sale. But anyway, so yeah, there's that. So you could get a whole year of sound commands right now for like $71.30, I think. Which sounds like a lot of money, but like it's a whole year of sound commands. Just saying. Anyway, so thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I'm going to send you guys over to Belinar, who's playing Cyberpunk. Go tell him that he should cyberthunk about it. I don't know. Or something. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Normal time. Be good. Be excellent to each other. Take care of yourselves. Wash your goddamn hands. Wear a mask. I don't know where I'm going with this.
This is madness!
Say something nice to somebody. Have a good fucking night. Yeet.